It's not recording yet. We're recording?
Yep.
All right. Right, so welcome everyone to day 3 of hearing 11. Wednesday, 1st of December, the due day of the month. Jacob's going to start us with a karakia this morning. Thank you.
He kore, he po, he ao, takiri mai te ata, kore he te manu, ka tino awatia, ka ao, awatia, ti hei mauri ora.
Very much. Mr. Anderson, I think we'll get straight on to your case for the telecom companies. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Day. So I'll just provide a very brief overview of my evidence in chief, which was focused on 2 points which I considered outstanding. That was the cross-references section and the introduction regarding how the Network Utilities chapter interacts with the rest of the plan, and also policy 2 of the Network Utilities chapter regarding the coordination of utilities with land use subdivision and development, and just reiterating that all other recommendations in the section 42A report are accepted. So in regard to the cross-references, the national planning standards require a standalone network utilities chapter and not reliance on zone-based provisions. The wording recommended in the section 42A report regarding cross-references, which was in addition to the zone chapters, does not align with this directive, and it conflicts with other statements in the network utility chapter, notably paragraph 4 of the overview section, which is referenced in paragraph 19 of my evidence. And in my view, removing the words in addition to the zone chapters provides clarity as to how the network utility chapter is to be administered. And moving on to policy 2, the recommended wording in the section 42A report is to encourage coordination of network utility with land use subdivision and development, in my opinion, in order to align with other parts of the plan, including strategic objectives and subdivision chapter. Encourage is not the right term, and more directive wording is appropriate. I think the words coordinate, it sets the more directive tone that I think is required for policy 4. So that is my brief summary of my evidence in chief, and myself and Mr. McCarrison are happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Your evidence is very clear. I don't have any questions myself, but Commissioner McMahon might.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. McMahon.
Good, and you can hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear, thank you.
Good. Thank you for your brief evidence, and thank you for isolating the 2 issues. It's obviously a nuanced position from the original submission lodged by the telcos. So we can take it into, what can we take from that? That although the plan doesn't include a separate chapter on network utilities based on the model provisions, it achieves that in a more nuanced or different way, and that you're happy that is effective and efficient.
Yeah, I think it's slightly the other way around, Mr. McMahon, that the model provisions or the baseline provision, whatever term that's applied to them, are more nuanced than what the district plan is offering. However, that nuance that the model provisions provide can still be achieved through the slightly wider scope of.
Yes. Yes, I understand what you're saying. So in other words, you're saying the outcome is pretty much the same. How you get there is different, but at the end of the day, it's something that you can live with.
It's something you can live with, and it's marginal.
Yes, okay. That was my first generic question. The only other question I had was in relation to policy 2, and you've sort of changed the wording there from encouragement of the coordination to a more directive coordinate. Who is that direction on?
I think it's more generic. It's coordinating both network utilities and those who are undertaking land use subdivision and development activities, so that that conversation happens between the utility company and the proponent of development, so that there is that coordination. So I think the word encourage says, you know, this is kind of what we would like you to achieve, whereas coordinate is this is what you have to achieve.
Okay.
And,
Because it's a more directive, it would become a more directive policy with the change in wording. Is there any particular rules that you would point to or methods that would actually implement that more directive policy?
no, and this is where I think Ms. Kent's approach in the 42A report is relevant, in that it's the land use activities that are going to promote the conversation. And so she's discussed how it's appropriate to have these sorts of provisions in the zone-based chapters and in the strategic objectives. The terminology of coordinate, to my mind, is more aligning with those strategic objectives, which I think are UFD 13, UFD 19, and also the MPSUD requirements around additional infrastructure and primary infrastructure. So it's not a rules-based thing in the network utilities chapter, because the network utilities chapter are about how to enable the network utilities that would be required to service the proposed development or the existing activities in New Plymouth district.
Okay, so the policy is giving a signal, quite a clear signal, or would if the wording's changed. How that's implemented at the grass levels may sit within some of the plan rules, but may also sit outside the plan.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. And that's all from me, given that you're only really contesting those two issues. Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Wow. An 8-minute appearance. That's yeah.
Yeah, Tom and Graham, thank you for setting that out so clearly. The one thing I did note was that there has been good coordination between yourselves and the council team, that the model provisions seem, were a starting point. They're on the table early on. So great effort in terms of that coordination, and if we're down to these two matters which seem quite practical suggestions to me, it's a great piece of work. So thank you very much for your involvement and this morning.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. And we would love to thank the New Plymouth planning team, and Jamie's and the whole planning team through the last 4 years have been fantastic, really. So, yeah, it's a great model basically for engagement with stakeholders, and it's been toing and froing, and we've got to a good place. So,
great. Well, so Jamie, is there any comments from you?
Oh no, I would just agree with, it's been quite a collaborative process in preparing the proposed district plan, network utility provisions, and I've really valued all the input that the telcos have provided. So yeah, I think it's led to some good outcomes. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass on the thanks up the tree, Jamie, to Sarah and the team. I think it's quite nice to give recognition where it's due. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cool.
We'll see you next time. Will you be back again, Tom and Graham? Is that other zone chapters and things?
I can't remember if I've got a few of these going on at the moment.
Yeah.
Natural hazards.
natural hazards, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Calling order. There, I can't actually see.
You've got Todd and Michael there. Yeah.
Yes, Michael, perhaps a bit quicker than you might have thought.
You have. You sort of threw me a bit. That we're sort of ripped through a lot quicker than I was anticipating. But I've texted Bal and he's just about to dial in, so I think we're pretty good to go, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, very good. We can just have a brief break and we'll wait for Bal to come in.
Yeah, he should hopefully in the. Oh, here he is now. Here we go. Perfect.
likewise, Ms Taylor's just coming in. There's a couple of points would be useful
All right.
for the president, if that's okay. She's on her way.
Yes, so Ms Taylor for the council is coming in shortly. So let's just take a quick break until Ms Taylor gets here.
Yep.
And is she what, 5 minutes, 10 minutes away?
Yeah, she should just be a couple of minutes now.
Okay, let's come back on at 9:15. Saves us hanging, and we'll just go for a walk for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kaingora, sorry, Kaingora team. We've obviously been very efficient with our first group, because things are pretty well down to a couple of minor points which have dealt with quickly. So welcome to hearing 11. And Val, I think you're going to start with some legal submissions.
Yep, thank you. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
Yep, cool. Yes, right. So I filed the legal submissions. I'm assuming you've read them. So I'll just a couple of points we really wanted to focus on. My submissions just focused on two of the elements. The first one was the spatial extent of the National Grid corridor. And at 2.3, there's a reference here to seeking the deletion of the National Grid corridor. As Mr. Campbell points out in his evidence, I guess the position is now seeking a greater degree of specificity about that corridor. And this corridor, from my understanding anyway, and Michael can correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't a designated corridor, this is a non-designated control. So it's separate from the designation process. And obviously when any requiring authority goes through a designation process, you know, the requiring authority needs to set out, justify why they need the width of the designation they do, deal with controls on adjacent land, etc., which is all very sensible and normal stuff. I guess, so in terms of, from a legal perspective, when I looked at the submission from Kaingora and discussed it with Mr. Campbell, I then went back to policies 11 and 12 of the National Policy Statement on electricity transmission, which is really the core basis for Transpower's request. And I looked at policy 11, and then I looked at policy 12, and then had regard to the definition of electricity transmission. And, you know, I guess that my takeaway, I guess, from those policies is that, yes, electricity transmission needs to be provided for, but while electricity transmission is very important, in my submission, there's nothing in the National Policy Statement on electricity transmission that says those corridors should be any wider or larger than needed to serve the purpose specified in the NEPSET. And just to be clear, there's nothing in that National Policy Statement that I could see that defines what the width should be. It just talks about providing for. So I acknowledge the importance of electricity transmission and also the planning benefit of mapping the spatial extent of a national grid. But in my submission, and this is at 2.9 of the submission, the scope and nature of that corridor needs to be developed with reference to the National Policy Statement policies above and should be no more than needed to achieve the objectives of the NPSET. At 2.10, just comment there on the widths of the corridor, and it makes sense, I guess, to do that on the types of lines that they've got, so that I can understand that from a planning perspective. It does indicate, though, that the width of that corridor varies from 32 metres to 74 metres wide. And if you think about a 100-metre running track, you know, or the length of a rugby field, you know, that's a very wide area for the width of a corridor, within which land uses are controlled on other people's land. Mr. Wilson's evidence for Transpower says at his section 12 that the corridors Transpower seeks reflect the minimum areas considered necessary for the protection, operation, maintenance of the national grid. But there's no further explanation as to why that is the case. And there didn't appear to me from reading any of the evidence that there was any justification, particularly for a corridor of up to 74 metres in width or 37 metres either side of the lines. Would seem to be ample width to cover almost anything you might need to do well within that. And I acknowledge and I accept that Kaingora hasn't turned up with electricity engineers saying exactly how wide those corridors should be. So I acknowledge that. We haven't turned up with any contrary evidence, but I guess our position is from a planning principle and consistent with the submissions I've made previously, the degree of control on other people's land should be as little as necessary to achieve the planning outcomes. And whoever's seeking that control over other people's land should justify why they need what they need. And that's really what I cover off in 2.13 in my submission. And that's while a cookie cutter or default width might be easy to apply, it's inevitable that such a width would be at the very outside of what might actually be needed to protect the lines. And again, I'm saying there, it's hard to think of any reason why the proponent of a width wouldn't give the absolute widest possible, and possibly with a little bit of fat baked in. If you got a choice to say, well, how wide do you want it? You'd say, well, as wide as you possibly can. And I get that. But I guess your role as commissioners is sit there and say, well, what is the width that is actually needed to achieve the objectives that we're talking about?
Mr. Matheson, that's an interesting proposition, and most certainly I've made a note to talk further with Mr. Wilson about that, who we're hearing this afternoon. Interesting thing is we heard from the gas transmission people, First Gas, yesterday, that it's the opposite. In terms of gas transmission setbacks, they would certainly prefer much broader setbacks, but as a pragmatic situation, they've sort of agreed to come in. So it's just an interesting, and we had some very good technical evidence from their operations person yesterday on that. So, except the point, it is something we do need to test with Mr. Wilson, as you say, and we'll do so. So it'll be interesting to see what the rationale is there. So that's just an observation on the fat baked in comment.
Yeah, and look, and you know, I don't know how those widths came to be. Obviously, prior to them being recognised in district plans, most electricity assets that weren't expressly provided for by designation were protected under the Electricity Act. But they certainly didn't have 74-metre corridors in the Electricity Act. So I'm not disagreeing that from a planning perspective, some degree of overlay or identification isn't helpful. I guess our question is simply, does it need to be as wide as it needs to be? And what should the controls be within that? That's really the point. And I guess on that, and Mr. Campbell's evidence covers off, you know, the example in Auckland, you know, where they were able to do a more forensic analysis of the width and actually did narrow it down. And yes, that did take a bit more work, but equally, you know, out of, you know, the lengths of the lines through urban Auckland meant that there's actually quite a lot of properties that were covered by a restriction that are now not. So again, every little bit helps in terms of making land available.
Thank you.
So that's really that point. The second point is this issue of railway setback. So the first one is just some wording on the policy 8, but I think that's largely been agreed 3.1 to 3.3 with the planning officer. And I can understand there that there shouldn't be any expectation that Kiwi Rail would be able to access the corridor through other people's land. So I can understand those amendments. So that's obviously supported. It is a little unclear though. So this is from 3.2. Kaingora sought the deletion of policy 8 in its entirety because the policy seeks to control reverse sensitivity effects of activities locating near transport and rail corridors. And we say that should be dealt with in the noise chapter. The reporting officer then said, I'm of the opinion that policy 8 is directing use of setbacks as measures to achieve the outcome of not compromising the transport network, and this is appropriate. And in my submission, it's almost unarguable that policy 8 as worded is focused almost entirely, if not entirely, on noise amenity and or reverse sensitivity effects from acoustic or vibration issues. So I just looked at that wording of the policy and could not understand the rationale for saying, well, that should be in the transport chapter because it doesn't relate to acoustic issues. Whereas on the plain reading of it, it seems to entirely relate to acoustic issues because it talks about adverse noise amenity and or reverse sensitivity effects are avoided, remedied or mitigated by incorporating appropriate acoustic insulation measures. And it would just seem odd that that's in the transport chapter, not in the acoustic chapter. So, and that's really led to my point at 3.5 and really supporting Mr. Campbell's conclusion that from a planning perspective, that policy, to the extent it's needed, should be in the noise chapter. It shouldn't be in the transport chapter. I guess an option, and this is, Mr. Campbell may have a view on this. I guess the other option would be to delete the second part of that sentence. To the extent sensitive activities is interestingly, and my advice to the commissioners is sensitive activity. I went to the definition section and noise sensitive activity is defined separately from sensitive activities. And the first part of that policy just talks about appropriately located and setback. So if the policy was just limited to that, that would be fine because that first part of the policy doesn't necessarily relate to acoustic issues. The second half of the policy definitely does. But I guess my question would be if the policy stopped at the end of rail corridors, the word rail corridors, it would be a question of why is the policy requiring it to be appropriately set back and what would be an inappropriate setback and how would you judge that? So it's a suggestion, but in my submission, the most appropriate option would just be to put that in to the extent it's required, put it in the acoustic chapter. And then the last point just wanted to cover quickly is the rule R8, which is the 5 metre setback rule. And at 3.9, I'll just quickly run through the rationales while generally Kaingora doesn't support such setbacks. And this issue occurred in Whangarei. It's currently being debated in Drury and obviously now New Plymouth, and I'm sure in other places around New Zealand that I'm not involved in. Firstly, it's difficult to see how an additional 5 metre setback provides any further amelioration of noise and vibration effects. And accordingly, such a setback cannot be justified on the basis of reverse sensitivity effects. I mean, obviously, any separation will have some attenuation in terms of noise and vibration, but 5 metres, in my submission, is such a small amount of setback, it is hard to see that any attenuation would be perceptible, and therefore it doesn't seem to be justified on the basis of noise and vibration effects, certainly not noise effects. Secondly, there's no evidence from KiwiRail that the proposed designation width through the land is so narrow that KiwiRail can't manage all of its operations safely within that corridor. If the designation corridor is too narrow to operate its infrastructure safely and efficiently, then it's incumbent on the KiwiRail as responsible requiring authority to amend its designation to provide that additional width. That may require KiwiRail to purchase adjacent land affected by the widened designation. It'll be up to the individual developer to decide whether it's appropriate to build up the edge of the designation or whether they choose to provide a small setback for maintenance or servicing purposes. That will depend, for example, on the nature of their building. For example, it's difficult to see what maintenance would be required on a tilt slab commercial building. Any developer would also be aware of the constraints on undertaking activities on land subject to a designation, and should they seek to do so, they'd need to seek the approval of the landowner, i.e. KiwiRail. So I guess the point there is we are talking about efficient use of land. And if one just started with the proposition, there's a 5 metre setback along the entire length of the North Island main trunk line on both sides through the urban areas, that would actually be a lot of land that couldn't be used, because no one's going to go and apply for consent to put it in there. You just do the default position and set it back 5 metres. So there's 5 metres times however long that width is of land that is now, quote, not capable of being used. And that turns in my submission, to the extent KiwiRail want that, that turns that into a de facto widened designation. In terms of the access for maintenance, etc., and the concerns about putting up scaffolding and those sort of activities, in my submission, developers who are developing buildings would take that into account. They might set it back a small distance, but if, for example, and there's lots of common examples, you know, in Auckland, you know, when you wander on the train or whatever, and you look and you see all the tilt slab commercial buildings, and they are reasonably close to the railway line, and they're concrete tilt slab, and you know they're not going to need any maintenance of any sort that anyone can seriously think of. And they're adjacent to the railway corridor, and there might be a small area of setback, but otherwise they're reasonably close. So, you know, it would depend on what you're putting up there, and a developer, I wouldn't have thought, would design a building that had 0 setback. And I think Mr. Campbell mentioned that I think there is a small rear yard, might be a metre or something. And then the final point on that, which you'll obviously all be aware of, and that's that it's not prohibited to utilise land and designation. You need the KiwiRail's approval, obviously, and it needs to not prevent or hinder. And safety visibility issues aside, you would have thought that it is capable of accommodating a scaffold or a cherry picker for a short term to do what might be needed. So, and then at 3.10, I guess I say, irrespective of all that, there is the proposition which Kaingora is putting forward as a potential solution here, which is the compromise, I guess, that was reached in Whangarei. I wasn't directly involved in that hearing, but I have attached or filed the consent order with these legal submissions, which effectively provides for a setback of between 2 and 2.5 metres, which Mr. Campbell can talk to. So to the extent there's a compromise that is a slightly bigger setback than what the plan would currently allow, 2 metres, 2.5 metres would be ample to support a scaffolding, etc., without trespassing, if you like, onto the KiwiRail designation. And to the extent that 2.5 metres isn't sufficient to provide visibility or other operational reasons that KiwiRail might want, then in my submission, KiwiRail needs to broaden its designation because it's clearly not wide enough. So happy to answer any questions on those. Otherwise, we'll see if Mr. Langwell's ready to go.
Just, that's very clear. Thanks, Mr. Matheson. Just on the noise issue around transport and rail corridors, we've got this loose end at the moment where the parties have filed a memorandum requesting some delay and some time to organise an approach to come to us later in the hearing schedule. That's on the noise aspect, as I understand it. Is there any update on that you're aware of?
I'm sorry, Douglas Allen's dealing with that one because he's addressed that reverse sensitivity issue in a number of places, so it made sense for him to do that component. But Gurv, if you're on the line, are you aware of any update on that? Otherwise, I'll come back to the panel.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, Gurv, thank you.
Okay, great. No, we're still working through it with the three, with KiwiRail and Waka Kotahi and Kaingora are still working through it and gathering the evidence and the modelling assessments, we should have a better indication on our position or view hopefully this month or early into the new year.
Okay.
And the setback with KiwiRail has been discussed with the noise provisions previously when we've done other hearings, but we've been able to resolve those particular matters in other processes, and so therefore we've been able to separate it out from the noise provisions.
Yes, thank you, Gerd. That certainly it's a good process. I'm just really asking the question out of interest. We are aware that it's been worked on, and if we need to address that in the hearing, the council team will organise that for us. So it's a trend. It's not a direct topic for today, but it's linked in terms of the issue. So thank you for that. So that's all the questions I have. And Commissioner McMahon, do you have anything for Val?
Yes, just a couple for Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, I understand what you're saying about giving effect to the MPSSET and what guidance there is or isn't within that national policy statement. And your points about making sure the rules are appropriate and avoiding wastage are ones that have consistently come through before. I think particularly of the entrance corridor issues. Putting that all to one side though, what I'm particularly interested in is how this all impacts on the ground. And what I'm not seeing, unless I've missed it in the evidence of Mr. Campbell or the next witness, is how the spatial extent of the subdivision corridor and the KiwiRail designation and setback impinge on the urban areas of New Plymouth, particularly the residential zones that might affect the capacity or capability to develop those zones to the fullest extent in terms of Kaingaroa's objectives. So is there any guidance that any of your witnesses, Mr. Matheson, can give us on that?
I'll ask Mr. Campbell to briefly talk about that. I mean, to be fair, I didn't go into it partly on the basis that from a pragmatic perspective, if it was controlled activity, it wouldn't be an effective restriction.
Yes.
Because you could just do it, albeit subject to conditions. So it didn't seem it would be controlled. So it would seem it would either be the activity status would probably be at least RDA or above. And if it's RDA or above, whatever the activity status or whatever the matters of discretion or control, most people probably wouldn't bother. So I was taking that was the approach I took from I guess a legal perspective. Obviously, it does make a difference practically whether it's non-complying or restricted discretionary. But if you're starting to get up into the non-complying status, then it's almost sort of a de facto prohibition on doing anything on your land. So I suspect that Mr. Campbell will hopefully be able to address this, but I suspect it's in that RDA discretionary category, which again, my point was more a principled one from a legal perspective, which if you're requiring somebody to do an RDA or DA, let alone a non-complying activity to do something they're otherwise able to do on their land, but for this overlay, then the overlay needs to be justified.
Yes, look, I understand that. I've probably couched the question precisely. What I was angling at, Matheson, was on the ground, the physical intersection of the corridor and the extension to the KiwiRail designation via the setback. How does it actually intersect on the ground, and in particular the urban zones? Has Kaingaroa given any consideration to that? Well, how much of the urban zone is actually affected? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll see if Mr. Campbell can address that. I mean, in fairness, I think the National Grid Corridor does skirt around the outside of New Plymouth from my quick look at it. So I suspect there's probably a limited, it doesn't go through the middle of town. So I suppose there's a limited area. But Mr. Campbell might be able to address that.
Okay, well, certainly we're hearing from Transpower tomorrow, as the chair said. We've got some questions from Mr. Wilson. I think I noticed Ms. Eng on the Zoom, so no doubt she'll be forewarned and forearmed in respect of that. So the two issues that I've recorded is that we need to make sure, we need to clarify how the dimensions have been determined, and maybe we can add to that some sort of mapping of the spatial extent through the urban areas of New Plymouth.
Yeah, thank you.
Just before we carry on, Mr. Steiner, Kiwi Rail aren't participating in these hearings. Would they have further submit a?
They were submitted, and I believe it further submitted in relation to the submission. I'd have to double check that one, but they submitted in support of the setbacks.
Yes.
And I believe, but I'll have to double check, further submitted against the Kaingoa position here.
But there's no evidence from the planning or technical, no statement that they're comfortable with your recommendations or anything?
I haven't received anything.
Well, that's their choice, I suppose. It's but on the Kiwi Rail issues, we don't have any expertise to rely on, do we? In terms of the technical reasons, as opposed to sorry,
Compared to Transparent.
or Transpower we do.
Yes.
The Kiwi Rail setback issue we don't. So we'll just have to go on the evidence that is before us. There's no way of compelling parties to appear or provide evidence. Thank you. That was the only other thought I had. Mr. Campbell.
So Mr. Langwell next, I think.
Oh, Mr. Langwell. Sorry about that. Yes, you did signal that. Welcome, Mr. Langwell.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you're loud and clear. Thank you.
Marvelous. Thank you. Listen, I'll attempt. My statement's fairly brief, and so sometimes can be challenging to try and summarize a brief statement, but I'll attempt to do that. My evidence was really focused on just one matter, and that was relating to the high trip generating thresholds for residential activities, and that what I've done is set out some comparisons for other councils and where they sit, and compared that obviously to the proposed example for New Plymouth. And as you can see, that the threshold for that does sit really low, and so that's where I then started to consider what would be an appropriate threshold, and considered what does 20 dwellings generate in terms of effect, and just keeping in mind that the key thing that I was trying to understand here is that if we are going to use an integrated transport assessment, and the purpose of them is to try and minimize car movement. And so does car movement relating to 20 dwellings, how much of an effect does that really have? Is that a significant scale of effect or not? And my conclusions was that I felt that a higher threshold of 50 dwellings would be more appropriate, and still in that realm of being able to be managed on the road. And I think that's the key thing of it, is the ITA is a really good tool to try and we are developing, and particularly in subdivision senses, we are developing new houses that we are able to integrate them well. We're able to make sure infrastructure is in place that minimises car travel and promotes those other modes. And in most cases, in New Plymouth, I would have thought, those things really only relate to walking and cycling. And I think Ms. Taylor highlighted that when she was speaking the other day, is that, it's about trying to promote those other modes of active movement more than cars. And so, in a ways, I felt that, look, I think any subdivision is going to have those sorts of facilities involved. It's likely to only be a footpath, but some larger scale subdivisions might have some cycleways and pathways and things like that promote cycling. But if you were looking at just 20 dwellings in a small subdivision, it's likely that there will be footpaths and they will connect to other footpaths in the area. So I couldn't see why we needed to set a threshold so low. When I think, most subdivisions you build will already incorporate those facilities to integrate them. So there's no need to consider an ITA at that level of activity. Something that's a little bit higher would then generate the ability to do more, whether it might even be connections to public transport as well. So that was sort of a summary of my evidence and sort of the background to why I how I looked at it. But I'm happy to have any questions if there's any.
Thank you, Mr. Langwell. That's very clear. I just wanted to focus on your table in 4.4 of your evidence.
Cool.
And two things that stand out there for me is, with the exception of Whangarei, all of those other councils, Auckland, Christchurch, Hamilton and Queenstown, all have thresholds that are more significant, quite a bit significant, more than what's in the New Plymouth plan. The Whangarei one uses a range. And do you understand how that operates, rather than having a set number?
Yeah, so I think it might relate to different residential zonings.
Okay.
Yeah, so depends on what the zone is, whether it might be, say, an urban or a suburban type zone.
Okay, so there could be a set number depending on the zone.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I think similar thresholds applied there in Hamilton, and Hamilton is an interesting one where they've got
2 years. Yes.
Yeah, and they have approached it slightly different to most others in how they do that, in that they require an ITA for anything above 50 houses, but if you go closer to the threshold of 150, then it's a different kind of ITA that's prepared. It's a more substantive one, so more information is required.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Ms. Taylor, do you have any response?
No, I agree with Todd's comments on those ranges. I suppose the key thing that struck me was that Whangarei, in terms of the size of the district, is more in keeping with the size of New Plymouth district. Hamilton, for example, has a population of almost double New Plymouth district, so slightly different scale of intensity sometimes, or expectations from within that community maybe. But yeah, Whangarei was an example that seemed not dissimilar to New Plymouth.
But why would there be
so that's
differences in need for residential areas in Hamilton versus New Plymouth versus Whangarei, just on the basis that they're bigger?
So the characteristics of the transport network do tend to change across the size of the population that it's serving in those urban areas. So and the expectations from that community as a result. So for example, we take Hamilton, the expectation of delays at intersections for the average driver there is they would typically expect to sit longer at a traffic signal than someone here potentially in New Plymouth. And I know that's a strange idea concept, but it's quite well recognised in our traffic modelling that people are not, so when we model, for example, and you're looking at the gap that people are willing to accept to move into to move into a street, in New Plymouth, it's longer. People they're more likely to get to that gap more often, and so therefore they'll wait longer. But in Auckland, people do take a shorter gap when you're entering an intersection, so they drive slightly differently. And that's not to say there's better drivers or worse drivers, it's just the way it works. So the communities, the way you drive does change across the way that the population size.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've certainly been stuck at many intersections longer than I expect in a small town, and a smaller city in New Zealand, let's say that. Todd, you're both experts in sort of modelling and use models a lot. Is there any empirical data between the differences on, like you mentioned?
So I know, for example, CIDRA is a typical modelling program that we tend to use, and you can change that gap acceptance timing in CIDRA to represent the area you're at. There's default settings which you can always use, but you can also try to measure what the particular settings are for a location. So yeah, in Auckland, you would reduce some of those settings, otherwise you'd never leave the intersection, essentially. You'd sit there forever and a day. But in New Plymouth, sometimes you can sit there, you can wait for that bigger gap. We just don't have the traffic in New Plymouth there is in Auckland.
Okay.
But I suppose the key thing, coming back to what Todd and I both agree on, I understand, is that this ITA is looking at wider than just the intersection operation, and it's looking at that connectivity for that walking and cycling. So, yeah.
I suppose on a 32 AA basis, 32, it's about effectiveness, efficiency of outcomes and processes. Todd, do you have any other comments about just the differences in city size and driver?
Yes. Well, I mean, living in Auckland all my life, I probably have got a slightly thicker skin for this. But at the same time, you know, I think it's important that you swing it back to making sure you're thinking about what the true effect is rather than a perception of effect. And you know, I do, what Ms. Taylor is saying is correct. The modelling tools that we would typically use, we calibrate them to reflect what's actually happening there. And you might find that you calibrate it slightly different for a larger city than you would for a smaller city, because people will accept different gaps in traffic and things like that. And so that they could do that. But then at the same time, that then gives the intersection more capacity than what it was. So, you know, if you were using a default setting in a model and you were just accepting what it is, which is the general practice, unless there is some special circumstances, you know, you do get that situation where, you know, an intersection has it. But I think let's think about it as New Plymouth alone. If the intersections aren't as busy, they're likely to have quite a significant amount of spare capacity in them, and therefore, you know, the introduction of a lower threshold of houses there is probably likely not to have a material effect on the performance and safety of the intersection. And that's where I hopefully tried to set out in my evidence, is that, you know, the volume of traffic that's appearing these intersections is where it's at. But I think it's just coming back to, again, what we're doing is we're identifying a threshold that triggers a certain kind of assessment, and that's the decision to be made here, is at what level do we think we need to be promoting alternative modes, or can we accept that there's a level of traffic movement and accept that there will be some added delays at intersections, and how bad are they? And I think at a threshold of 20 dwellings, that's too low.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for your evidence. And it's always good to have a discussion with the experts together.
Yes.
About the bit of the different experiences. So that's been really helpful. Any follow-up questions?
I guess it's just to Mr. Steno, really, whether there could be some perverse outcomes as a result of the lower threshold, where developers seek to slice and dice their development so that they're in chunks of 20, so that they don't trigger those truck chunks up, which are less than 20s, so that they don't trigger the rule. And so a development that might involve 60 households is put forward in 3 different tranches. Have you given some thought to that?
But I hadn't actually given that any thought, but it's a good question, and it's framed like that as a possibility. I'm not too sure off the top of my head what the fix for that is.
Yes.
It's not apparently clear to me. But yeah, I can see the point that you're getting at there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your assistance, Todd. And I think we're moving on to Mr. Campbell now.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Change your shirt, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd put a collar on.
Very snazzy.
Was there a phone box involved?
It had to be real quick. I really got caught on the hop. Thank you, and Morena. I've taken my evidence as read, but I guess just by way of summary, I'll just read my summary points and then happy to answer questions. My evidence is on behalf of Kāinga Ora in relation to both the transport and the network utility sections. I generally support the approach of the proposed district plan, and I know there's been a number of changes, and I generally support those changes. So my points are really limited to some specific matters, which I'll have been canvassed by Mr. Langwell and by Mr. Matheson. But just by way of summary, I on 1.3 of my brief of evidence. I have recommended a more nuanced and evidence-based approach in terms of the identification of the spatial extent of the national grid, and in particular the subdivision corridor, such that the spatial extent of the corridor and thus the associated provisions in relation to the framework for managing potential adverse effects better reflect the actual spatial extent of the effects which may be generated. Perhaps if I'm off script in response to the question from Mr. McMahon in relation to the spatial extent of the area in relation to New Plymouth, I acknowledge, and I'm not sure if you had hard copies of the plans in front of you, I could share the planning maps on my screen if that was possible or if desired. But I acknowledge that that the Transpower lines, the national grid lines, do skirt around the urban area and don't particularly traverse a significant spatial extent of the residential zone. It does traverse two future urban areas at the outer extent of the zone, which are a zone future urban, and it clips through probably 3 areas of residential zone. So I acknowledge it's a relatively discrete area of the New Plymouth urban area. I still, from my perspective, in terms of a principled approach of what's the most appropriate approach, dare I say it, from a national perspective, I think a more nuanced approach is something I would still support. So yeah.
Could you show us those? I'm certainly interested.
Yeah, sure.
I'm always interested in looking at the effects on the ground in Commissioner McMahon's words.
Yep, certainly. I'll attempt to share it. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in slightly. So my understanding is the black line, which I'm just following with my mouse. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse moving.
Yes.
So these are the lines. You can see they come into this, I can't remember the name of it, but that's the main sort of centre, switch station through there at Carrington Street. And then the lines towards the east, they traverse through this area over Heta Road, and then they traverse through here and they go further east, and there is an area of future urban land through here, and then obviously it trips through into the rural zone. And then I'll just come back to the west. Through the west, the site traverses through a small residential peninsula through there. This is Countryside Living, I believe. Through here, the yellow just clips it through there. And then the lines traverse another area of future urban, as I understand it. And then it comes right around, clips another area through here. And I think that's future urban as well. I may be wrong there. It's not 100% I'm sure on that. And then it comes through this residential area here. There's some commercial land through and obviously terminates at the port. While I'm on a roll, in terms of the other question around the rail line, the rail corridor comes all the way through to the port, runs across the front of the urban area along the water, runs all the way through here. Tell me if this is not clear. I'm just using my mouse.
That's very, very clear and very helpful with following your mouse.
Yeah, so that line comes all the way through here, and then obviously runs, this is a grey line, runs through this area through here. There's some commercial zone, there's some medium density residential through here, runs through, then it hooks around and actually switches over onto the other side of the state highway and runs along the state highway and then through here, and there's a kind of a lay-by station, a siding through here. This is all industrial then it comes and runs along the industrial side and runs through to here, and it's following the industrial boundary. I think through there. Just going to zoom out a little bit. And then it comes into rural production zone, and then I think it breaks away. This line then heads off towards Martin, but there is another spur railway line. I'm not sure if this is actually used, that runs through to Wairoa and terminates there, but I don't actually know if that's actually active.
We've got some knowledgeable people in the room who might be able to help us with that.
That Wairoa one's just used for some
It's a club.
recreational purposes.
Yeah, so it's used once a month. I think it's the last Sunday of the month, or the first one they.
So do they run steam trains or something, or?
I don't think it's a steam train. I think it is a normal locomotive, but it's just they have to open farm gates and things to make that line accessible.
Sort of just an opportunity for people in New Plymouth, I guess, who don't ride trains typically, to have a bit of a home on a regular old train.
Old train spotters get to see some trains.
Yes.
But as it stands, there's closed farm gates and things across
Yes.
that track. In a
Yes.
typical day.
I'm aware from some of the historical stuff I've read, there was old railway lines in different parts of the city and district as well that aren't used anymore. Mr. Campbell, that was very helpful. There was just one question you weren't sure about, was zoning around one of the last areas of the transmission.
Yeah, I know that's future urban. I'm just not 100% sure. That looks like it's future urban, but I'm not. I'd have to just double check that.
I can just clarify that now, if
Thank
that's
you.
okay. Yeah, so that is the special purpose major facility zone for a
Okay.
tank farm, so it's not future urban.
Oh, thanks, Jamie.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's got us orientated very well. Thank you for that.
I'm just, thank you. I'm just trying to enlarge my screen so I can close everything down. Having a,
We're looking at the,
oh goodness,
just take your time, it's all good.
stop share. There we go.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back. Great. So just concluding my summary. I generally support the reverse sensitivity policy for the national grid, but I recommend changes to the network utility section of the proposed district plan to clarify the reverse sensitivity effects apply, that reverse sensitivity effects apply to the national grid only. Point C, I recommend changes to the transport section to remove reference to the council's land development and subdivision standard as a specific rule, and I covered that previously in my evidence in relation to the subdivision section, so it's a kind of similar point. I recommended in my primary evidence deletion of the 5 metre rule setback as set out in my evidence, but I have reflected on the consent order that Mr. Matheson referred to and attached in his legal submissions, and from my perspective, if the commissioners were minded that the issue of maintenance was something that needed to be addressed, then I would be comfortable personally with, from planning perspective, with the approach that's been adopted in Whangarei. That approach effectively seeks to apply a 2 metre yard along the residential zonings and a 2.5 metre yard along the business zonings, and the primary intent of that yard is around providing for maintenance of existing buildings within the subject sites. It's quite a, from my point of view, quite a discrete reason, and the policies could reflect that. And there's some guidance in the consent order on that, and happy to discuss that further at questions. I then finally recommended increasing the high traffic trip generator activities to 50 dwellings or allotments as outlined in the evidence of Mr. Langwell. What I did sort of reflect on that issue, and particularly in the opening submissions and in the questions that were asked on Monday, I did go back and have a look at the subdivision section of the proposed district plan just to kind of understand what the discretion was. And I do note that in subdivision rule R6, which is subdivision of land to create allotments within other zones, and that covers quite a range of zones, including the commercial, mixed use and residential zones. For all subdivisions in those zones, one of the matters of discretion is criterion point 4, which talks about the subdivision layout and accessibility from and connection to surrounding neighbourhoods. I just thought that was kind of interesting because it kind of, to my mind, and we touched on this earlier, it kind of speaks to the, the purpose of, reviewing a subdivision and kind of looking at that connectivity of the subdivision with its surrounding environment. And I just wanted to make the point that there are assessment criteria in the subdivision section of the plan that specifically raise that as a matter for discretion for the consideration of all vacant lot subdivisions. I also note that in the residential zone sections, both the general residential zone and the medium density residential zone, in particular, Rule 10 of the general residential zone for multi-unit developments, there is an assessment criterion 6, which talks about parking, access, safety, efficiency, and impacts to on-street parking and neighbours. So there's an element of discretion there to consider, I think, aspects of, I guess, pedestrian safety and connectivity with the surrounding neighbourhood. And likewise, there's a very similar assessment criteria in the medium residential zone, Rule 11 for multi-unit developments. So I just thought I'd just note that. That concludes my summary, and happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Demands and Mr. Steiner are noting all those references, cross references. So thanks for that, because we're all both involved in the subdivision chapter as well. So that's helpful. Commissioner McMahon?
No, that's very clear, thank you.
No more questions? I have two questions. One is about transmission lines and the more nuanced approach in Auckland.
Yes.
I wonder whether you could just tell us some more about that in terms of, I take it there's just different widths in different parts of Auckland for transmission line corridors.
Yes, I mean, I'm quite happy if you're happy to bear with me to just bring up the unitary plan and just show you some examples and work through that.
Yes, please.
I'll do that very quickly.
Just while you're pulling that up, Mr. Campbell, Commissioners, just on the transport issue, I have got, because I was involved in it, the consent order for the Whangarei District Plan in respect of the transport provisions. So, and that sets out the difference between the 25 and 50 lots. So I'm happy to make that available if you would find that helpful.
Yes, looking, Mr. Steiner, I think we would appreciate that. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, okay, I'll get that to the hearing secretary. Just very briefly on that, the difference, essentially the difference between the 25 and 50 determines what level of ITA you need. For the 50 lots, you need a much more intensive ITA. For the, and there's, if you go to the back, you just need to look at the information requirements. So the way their rules work is they've got compliance requirements and information requirements. And then in the information requirements, it's got a much greater level of intensity required for the ITA for the 50 lot plus than the 25 lot. So that's just for your info. That's clear from the rules. So I'll make that available to you and you can see how that's worked.
Thank you, Bal. I think I've already indicated to the staff that I'm quite attracted to the concept of information requirements for documents that are required under plans. We had a discussion about construction traffic management plans and what they needed to include. We talked to two different engineers. I'll have a completely different idea of what consent authorities and decision makers might need there. So same sort of principle. So I would appreciate any assistance you can give us and the staff team, Bal. Thanks for that.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Mr. Campbell, how are you going?
Yeah, good. Ready to share. So I'll just share that now. Can you see that screen?
Yes.
So this is the Auckland Isthmus, and it's fairly central. This is, if you know, that's central Auckland, where my mouse is showing is the sort of pink area in the top right. That's the CBD.
Yes.
And you come along, this is heading west out towards West Auckland,
Yes.
kind of my hood, and then you come across. I'm going to zoom in. These brown lines are the lines.
Yes.
And as I zoom in, this is coming across the causeway out on the northwestern motorway towards
Yes.
what you see as Te Atatu Peninsula. And this is the motorway here, and you'll see that these brown lines are the transmission, the corridors.
Yes.
And I'll show here because I was actually personally involved in a development here for the site, which has now been subdivided down, and you can see through the cadastral, this is a terraced housing development in relation to these thin lines here. This was actually, it's all been built, but it won't be shown on the aerial photograph because it's so new.
Yes.
So we had some involvement in this project, but probably what you can kind of see is the circles kind of represent where the pylons are. The sort of darker area is the actual the grid, the 12-meter grid line, and then the corridor is the outer line, and that corridor, it kind of follows almost like a swing line, and it obviously depends on a whole number of factors in terms of the distance to the pylons that can have a bearing on the swing line through there. So if you've got them closer, your swing lines, I think, as I understand it, less. But that's I guess how it's been reflected in the Auckland Unitary Plan. And I show you in the attachment 1 of my evidence the example of the overlay during the proposed plan. That's on page 19 or 20, I believe. If you have a look at that, that was as notified when the plan was first released, from my understanding, back in the day. So map 1 shows as notified, and then map 2, which I now have up on the screen, is how it was actually adopted. And so you can see that spatially the area was kind of rationalised to a degree.
So the Transpower must have done a fair bit of work, because the sway modelling, they might have already, but were they required just in the Auckland situation to do additional modelling and provide additional evidence? Can you remember, Michael?
I wasn't involved, but Ms. Gurv Singh may be able to respond to that. Gurv, are you there?
No, he's had to disappear, I think, unfortunately.
Yes. Yes.
I'll jump on then. Can everyone hear me? Mr. Wakefield joining?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I was actually working for Auckland Council at the time that this discussion happened, and yes, the short answer is Transpower. Then the initial proposal was for some fixed corridor widths on either side of the transmission lines, but when that was opposed, Transpower agreed to run off and do all of this modelling, which was quite a complex exercise and took some months because they had to factor in, as Belle mentioned, the length of the distance, the span distances, plus also the effect of the wind on the movement of the lines. And it's probably a matter that can be discussed better with Transpower over the next day or two, but it was, from memory, quite a complex piece of information they had to pull together.
Thanks, Mike. And obviously topography would influence everything as well. So I think again, Rebecca, I think you're listening in. Perhaps take some notes, and we will be asking some questions on this matter again.
And Stu, I think as Michael Campbell again, I think I touch on this in my evidence. I'm kind of conscious that could be a pretty extensive exercise, and I think probably there could be grounds for kind of differentiating perhaps between the rural environment and the urban environment, just to perhaps once again just maybe try and reduce that kind of the potentially onerous nature of that. I think it's my interest, and I think Kāinga Ora's interest would be in the sort of the residential and future residential areas. So it could be a relatively discrete area in the overall network.
Certainly your attachment A to your evidence does highlight, with that example that you've showed us at Te Atatu, quite a significant suppose, difference, yes. And if you're looking at that area, you'd be thinking, gosh, you're not really in the game, perhaps, with the top image. But then with the second image, with a more precise definition, it certainly does open up opportunities for those residential areas. So I think that point's been well made.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The second question I had was in relation to this consent order for Whangarei district and the rail corridor setback. Certainly that's, while it's not, while it's a consent order and hasn't been sort of considered, it's certainly the same parties involved. I know Whangarei pretty well, probably as you do, Mr. Campbell.
Yep.
Are there any issues that would differentiate this matter as between Whangarei and New Plymouth?
No, I do know Whangarei very well, and from my perspective, I think they're very analogous. Really, I mean, I leave to other people may have some other reasons, but from my point of view, I think they're very analogous. You've got a situation of a railway that kind of runs quite well into town, and it does have a mixture of both commercial and residential zones, and so I think they're very much similar aspects.
All right. So your evidence would be that similar towns, similar issues, and something that the parties have worked through, obviously through a concentrated process. These consent order processes do take a fair bit of organisation and dialogue.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I think it reflects a kind of, I guess, a good middle ground that certainly picks up on that issue of maintenance. But yeah, and I still, to the point that I have to say in my evidence is those noise issues should be dealt with in the noise chapter as well.
Yeah. Look, that's all I have. Any other follow-up questions?
Just one, Mr. Campbell, just one from me in relation to the Auckland example. In the second image on page 19 with the reduced corridor and the difference between the line and the shaded area, were there any differences or nuances in the rules that applied to that corridor, depending on whether you're in the swing zone or whether you're in the hatched area, or was a one rule?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, so in the hatched area, it's kind of a bit of a sort of a quite a high bar from my understanding. It's effectively for sensitive activities, you're kind of a non-complying activity.
Right.
It's the policies are kind of really trying to really avoid those types of activities. Whereas when you're in the swing area or the subdivision corridor, it's more restricted discretionary activity. So there's some matters to be considered, but it's not necessarily ruled out.
Yes, and I'm getting a sense from you that you're not suggesting that degree of nuance here. You're suggesting if there is to be a nuance, it's about, firstly, as Mr. Matheson said, does the corridor need to be as wide as shown in the notified plan? And you've suggested maybe if there's some nuances between the urban and rural areas that it is that the position?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that evidence, Michael. I don't have any other further questions. I did make a comment to the telecommunications team this morning. It seems to be a lot of hard work as between the submitters and the staff, really refining and narrowing some of those issues down to some very discrete points. So just like to thank Kaingaroa overall team from the panel. That seems like this plan's heading in an area in the direction of some pretty broad agreement on some of these key matters, and we now have the great opportunity of just hearing the reasons why we might need to make some decisions on discrete matters. And obviously there's opportunities even on the reflection from the staff to think about some more of this evidence with the issues more clearly explained. So Val and the team, thank you very, very much, and we'll see you again.
Thank you,
very
Commissioner.
much. And I've sent to Christine and Charles that consent order, so you should have that in your
Excellent.
box. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
so we've got an early break, and that's certainly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We will adjourn till 2 p.m. and we can get on with bits of our day that we perhaps didn't think we had available to us, which is always a treat. Thank you, Christine. We can stop the recording. And Alan, we're waiting for you to come on. We might as well get started. If everyone's here. Jamie's not. Okay, one of our reporting planners is not on, so as soon as Jamie comes on, we'll get underway.
But I think the next section is Waka Kotahi. I'm not sure we might be able to start with that, Jamie.
There was one point I thought about utilities and the evidence of the Hepworth Way. So
Okay.
let's just wait. I think that's better. Right, underway. Well, welcome everyone. This is day 3 of hearing 11 afternoon session. So we have Waka Kotahi presenting first, and then the Transpower team are here. So welcome everyone. I think most of you have been to one of our hearings before, perhaps some new faces. So I'll do an introduction. My name is Stephen Daish. I'm the hearings panel chair, and for this hearing I'm supported by Commissioner David McMahon, who some of you will know. And we are, just to note that we are hearing all of the proposed district plan hearings and making a recommendation to council at the end of the process. So hearings are due to complete in April, and we have an end of June timeframe for making our decisions. The hearings are recorded, which is a particularly helpful new technique for us as decision makers. So it just provides us a record of questions and answers and evidence which we receive verbally, which is particularly helpful. So welcome anyone. Any questions before we get underway? No. All right, thank you. Kathy, are you leading off in terms of the Waka Kotahi case?
Yeah, kia ora koutou, commissioners and council staff and other members. Today with me, I have got Alan Catchpole, who's with the Transport Agency, and also listening in is Claudia Jones, also with Waka Kotahi, and accompanying me is Chris Rossiter, who's transport engineer. So I think I might invite Chris to go first and provide his summary statement, which I apologise, we sent them to you quite late, but hopefully Christine has received them just before lunch today. And then I will follow on from Chris with the planning commentary, and of course we're both available for questions.
Great, thank you, Catherine. Yes, we do have your summary statements. So welcome, Mr. Rossiter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So would you like us to take us through your summary statement?
I will do. If you are happy, I'll just read straight from the summary statement.
Thank you.
So beginning at 1.1, my full name's Michael Christopher Rossiter. I prepared a primary statement of evidence dated 12th of November, sets out my qualifications and experience, and I'll briefly summarise the key points of that evidence. In relation to cycle parking, I support the proposed approach of including a table of minimum cycle parking space requirements by activity. However, I consider that there is insufficient data to support the wide range of cycle parking space rates that are proposed, and recommend that council consolidates the table by aggregating some of the activity types. Moving on to high traffic generating activities. I support the principles of the high traffic generating activity rule, but consider that the threshold table, TRAN R8 Table 1, could be simplified by removing redundant rows and could be strengthened by the inclusion of specific thresholds relating to peak hour movements and heavy vehicle movements. I have read the evidence of Mr. Todd Langwell for Kāinga Ora in relation to the residential development threshold for assessment and have the following comments. Mr. Langwell's evidence seeks an increase in the residential activity threshold for high trip generating activities from 20 to 50 dwellings or allotments. I do not agree with this change in threshold. The threshold of 20 households is broadly aligned with the HTG threshold of 200 vehicle movements per day based on the NZTA research report 453, traffic generation rate of about 10 vehicle movements per day per unit for suburban development. There are a range of factors that can affect actual traffic generation, including vehicle ownership rates and site location. Less vehicles typically means less movement. Based on my analysis of census data, lower income households have lower rates of vehicle ownership. And as Kāinga Ora housing is often occupied by lower income families, they typically have lower vehicle ownership rates and traffic generation rates per household may be lower. The location of the site and the proximity to other transport modes is also critical. Mr. Langwell's evidence is based on the absolute number of movements not being high, which is true. However, in my opinion, the threshold is just a trigger for assessment, and the assessment needs to cover access to all transport modes and the new roads required to service the development. While a small development of 20 lots may not require construction of specific infrastructure for other modes, it should be located to promote use of modes other than private car. The purpose of an ITA is to demonstrate this, and on that basis I would support the council's position. I am aware that higher thresholds have been adopted in other districts, but these are largely aligned to the different traffic generation thresholds adopted in those districts. For example, in Queenstown, the number of units is aligned to 400 movements per day, but is based on 8 movements per day per household. Since the proposed threshold is aligned with the change in road design standards in the National Subdivision Land Development Standards, NZS 4404, which has a transition threshold at 20 units, I consider that this represents an appropriate threshold to require assessment. In relation to the minimum site distance requirements, I agree with the proposed amendments to TRAN Table 2 and TRAN Table 3 to align the minimum site distance requirements with the draft Waka Kotahi Planning Policy Manual. In my opinion, there would be some safety benefits to applying similar amendments to TRAN Table 4 for council's arterial and collector roads. Be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rossiter. Commissioner Hahn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rossiter. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. 2 or 3 questions for you, just in the sequence that you presented your summary. In terms of the first topic of cycle parking,
yes,
you've recommended that there's some consolidation of the table by aggregating some of the activity types. Is that what you're referring to on page 4 of your evidence, Chief?
Yes.
That's and just comparing that to the table that appears in the notified plan. And have you sought to capture all activities there in the left-hand column, or is that just the activities that you're focusing on? Because otherwise that represents quite a consolidation.
The table that is in there, which is one I prepared for the Waimakariri Council, it reflected the approach that council already had in place and their grouping of activities for cycle parking. So they already had consolidated to a large extent, and I just consider that in this case, because there is insufficient data to justify the fine distinction in cycled parking demand rates by activity that are proposed in the plan here, that there would be merit in consolidating the table and grouping them. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be along the lines of this specific grouping, but it provides at least a guide for one way of approaching that.
Okay, two things arising from that. Apart from providing a guide, you haven't sought any direct direction on how that consolidation would occur, have you?
No, I haven't spoken with council at all.
Okay.
But I'd be quite happy to talk with them should they choose to go along that line, if that was a preferred approach.
It's not really for them to choose. It's our job, Mr. Rossiter.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
But we certainly do encourage dialogue. We would have expected, I think, if you're promoting this change, to see basically a tracked version of what you're suggesting. Otherwise, we and the staff are casting its shadows. So whether Ms. Taylor has any comment?
Probably pass this one to
Jacob.
Mr. Steiner. Just the change to the cycle parking was quite a, there was some discussion with the lawyers as to the involvement as to whether council could change what was in that table. Because of the scope. So I personally think it's not prepared these numbers in here.
Let's hear about the scope, Jacob.
Yeah, so basically what we're hinging off here is a consequential change that came about because of the NPSUD. So cycle parking requirements in the plan as notified were tied to the overall car parking requirements.
Yes.
By removing those overall car parking requirements, we're required to do the cycle parking requirements. We were of the view needed refinement to basically provide for those.
Yes.
Albeit they would have been provided for, I suppose, on a more market-led approach. If we just left it as notified, it still would have functioned, but considered it a reasonable consequential change to make. To have a look at that, but acknowledge that I've had some discussion with Ms. Taylor as well about the approach that I took, which was trying to keep it close to what was in the notified plan. It wound up as quite a large, fairly convoluted table insofar as it relates to cycle parking. So I think some consolidations probably warranted there.
So Mr. Rossiter's point's valid. So there is, so Waka Kotahi has made a submission on this matter.
No, because of the fact, I guess, that the scope for us making the change, so we're the ones, I guess, who have driven this change, is really hinging on that NPSUD for us after notification of the plan. So they hadn't actually
had a chance.
So that's not a first schedule process, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so I didn't appreciate that. So what you're saying is the NPSUD action that council was required to do, which was to take out minimum car parking requirements plan, has resulted in a consequential change with the introduction of minimum number of bicycle spaces.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, it is an interesting one.
Can you please liaise with Mr. Rossiter and Waka Kotahi
Yes.
and look at what, if you agree there's a pragmatic consolidation, and then deal with sort of this legal issue in your right of reply, Jacob.
Yeah,
Just get some advice, because, you know, we're all about trying to get, you know, a very, like an excellent plan is what we're looking for. If we're constrained by process, we need to know the options we have. So I think, thank you, Mr. Rossiter, for raising that. It sounds like piece of work. So, and as I said before, we are encouraging dialogue even or after the hearings are finished, when we need to work on some refinements that have merit. Thank you.
I should point out, Commissioner, that the table that was in my evidence in chief is a table that arose in a similar manner to this one, and that had to be sort of cobbled together to some extent in response to the NPSUD.
Okay, thanks for that background. Excellent. All right.
Just to close this matter off, and just out of interest, given that it's not a first schedule process, does the NPSUD contemplate the addition of new rules such as these? Because that possibly a question to Mr. Wakefield, is it? Well, yes, yes. So I'm not sure if he's online.
Yes, I am listening with great interest.
Yes, so I guess what I'm raising, Mr. Wakefield, is it's one thing to have a directive from the NPSUD to remove minimum car parking requirements without going through a first schedule process. Does the NPSUD also allow the addition of new provisions such as minimum bicycle parking standards without going through a first schedule process?
Look, I do have the NPS in front of me, but I haven't reviewed these provisions in detail already. But there is obviously a difference between requiring the removal of something and then enabling the addition of others. But if the NPS is silent on car parking minima and car parking standards, then that may well not assist very much. I think this is a matter that we'll need to reflect on and come back to you in the right of reply to start with.
Yeah. I certainly don't want to give the impression that I'm against the provision of bicycle parking standards. I think it's a good idea, but I'm just want to make sure that there's been a fair process adopted.
Yeah, no, of course. I think there's two issues here to resolve. I mean, as you've pointed out, if there's a pragmatic solution that can be reached between the transport experts, that's fantastic. But the scope issue is an interesting one, because the suggestion is here that the NPS contributes to what could be consequential relief. And it will form part of the statutory framework for your decisions, of course, but we'll have a look at that overnight and then hopefully be in a position to come back to you with some immediate thoughts during the right of reply, if that would assist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Rossiter, I'm just now going to move on to this, my second and final question regarding the bike traffic generating activity topic.
Yes.
Okay. And I note your alternative view from that of Mr. Langwell, so regarding the threshold 20 versus 50. My first question is, these standards that appear in table 1 are largely, how can I put this, they're zone and activity based as opposed to roading type based. Is that normal practice to have high traffic generating activities rules derived from the activity as opposed to the road in which the activity fronts onto?
There are a variety of approaches across district plans that I've worked with. There are some plans which make no reference to the underlying zone or frontage road. I'm aware that in Christchurch, the rule and the way the rule gets applied and the level of assessment that is necessary is dependent upon the status of an activity and whether it was anticipated. And in Hamilton, for example, it's more road frontage related.
Yes.
And the level of traffic generation. So I think to a large extent, it depends upon what is the critical issue that you are trying to address. So in the larger centres, there's probably a greater focus on getting mode shift away from private cars. And a lot of the requirement for ITAs is driven along that road.
Yes.
I think in the smaller centres, it's probably more an amenity issue. And the thresholds you're dealing with are quite low. For example, I know the threshold here, the 200 movements a day, is relatively low. Many councils start at 250. Queenstown has 400. The Waimakariri one has a split or a proposed split where we've used quite a low threshold for rural zones and a higher threshold in urban zones. More to just reflect that the expectations of people in the different zones and the expected activities are a little bit different. So there is no one size fits all.
In a centre like New Plymouth, what's your view on the purpose of the review? Is it to achieve mode shift, or is it more amenity?
I think within a district such as New Plymouth, you're going to have more difficulty dealing with mode shift unless you've got the mode shift is really for the large centres where you've got access to an extensive public transport system.
Yes.
You always want to be promoting shift towards active modes, which can be done within towns and provision of cycle routes typically.
Yes.
So New Plymouth, I think we're at that end, and it's more an amenity issue and trying to ensure that the volume of movements that are occurring or arising from a development are acceptable and are managed accordingly.
That's an interesting answer, given the 20 for residential activities or subdivision activities, the trigger is set at the lower end of the spectrum, and if that's primarily to address amenity issues, I guess the question the panel needs to understand is that the best way of achieving amenity matters as opposed to more direct amenity controls in the zone itself?
I'm not sure what the best answer of that is. But if I make a reference back to the National Subdivision Standard, for example, where the design of roads have thresholds in, and for residential development, there is a low threshold at notionally about 6 lots, where your distinction is quite a narrow road and probably a private road. So sort of 6 to 20. Is intended to be a low speed and often shared space type street. But at the 20 to 200, the main change there is the standard normally requires a footpath. So there is a change in the environment that's typically being triggered. And while I don't see 20 as a hard and fast threshold, there will always be a grey area. Doesn't matter if I'm at 19 or 21, what do I provide? For me, it's a threshold that is a trigger for assessment.
I'm just wondering, and I'm trying to test the evidence here because we're hearing two different stories, whether a technique such as an integrated transport assessment is necessary to, on a 20-lot subdivision, to form the basis for deciding whether there's a footpath or not, and whether that's better achieved through the subdivision principles and the council's own code of subdivision?
I think to some extent it depends what level of higher level planning has already been completed. If a large subdivision and planning is done for a large subdivision, it has already been completed, you'd have some sort of structure in place. But if you've got incremental development of 20 lots at a time, then you miss out on that large scale thinking. So it does depend how the development is progressed.
Mr. Steiner and the transportation witness for the council, Ms. Taylor, sorry, said there's a bit of a paradigm shift in the plan where they wanted to move away from standard traffic impact assessment, which looks more at the site, to more of an integrated transport assessment that looks at the site and the surrounds the capability of the network, not just in the locality, but in further afield modal shift matters. That's a statutory requirement. There's no discretion on that. If you trigger the high traffic generated rule, the way I read the rules, you've got to provide an ITA, and the plan sets out what the ITA needs to cover off. You don't think that's a significant impost on developers of residential allotments that in the 20 to 25 bracket, for example?
I don't see it as a significant cost. In the past, a transport assessment in the past would have just been vehicle focused, and
yes,
intent here is definitely moving to looking at all modes and improving access for all modes. The level of detail that's required and the cost involved in preparing an ITA, having prepared many of them over my time, is not high. The level of information grows with the size of the development, but for a 20-lot subdivision is probably very small compared to the actual cost of development. You know, you might be talking something like something less than $10,000, you know, which in the scheme of things is quite small. So it's not a big overhead to my mind.
Yes. So what I'm getting from you, Mr. Rossiter, is that the ITA should be tailored to the level of development that's been proposed.
Absolutely.
Yes. And we heard yesterday, and I'm pretty interested in Ms. Heppelwaite's view on this from Ms. Barr for the oil companies, where she's generally supported the table 1 with some modifications, but she suggested a note be added that the ITA be commensurate, or the scale of the ITA be commensurate to the development being proposed, so that there was some, say, wiggle room, but some ability to do that very tailoring that we just referred to. Do you think that might be a useful guidance in the plan?
I think it is. In my experience, quite often the scope of an ITA would be agreed quite early through a pre-application meeting, and that's normally the best approach.
Yes.
So a very small development may really only need to focus on what is happening purely at the driveway or intersection, providing access to the development. But if you're looking at a larger scale residential subdivision with 50 to 100 houses that will have much wider effect, you would want to be looking at the wider network. So it's definitely a scale dependent issue.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, and you haven't touched on it, but I'm pretty sure Waka Kotahi was a submitter on this point, and that was item 7 of table 1, dealing with service stations.
For me, service stations don't generate a lot of traffic in their own right. From my experience, it's probably 5 to 10% of the people going onto the forecourt are people that are going only to the forecourt to fill up. It's quite an unusual activity to just go to buy petrol. It's normally something you do on your way to somewhere else.
Yes.
So service stations don't generally have a network effect, but they do have an effect on the driveway itself because it's a high volume of movements.
Yes.
And driveways are wide because of the vehicles using them.
Tanker flooding and the like.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is a need to look at the design of the driveways and the movement and their location. And I know that may become more critical if you are putting in cycleways, for example. Having a service station next to a major cycle route would need special consideration.
Okay. And the advice that we heard from staff on the first day was that it's not always there's not always an ability to be prescriptive in the plan as to standards affecting those matters, particularly when it comes to tracking paths and the like, and that's why some form of traffic assessment is required. Would you concur with that?
I do.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Rossiter. One question and one observation. The question is paragraph 6.2 of your evidence in chief. This is where you're talking about education facilities and I think looking at secondary schools in particular. We discussed yesterday the fact that most, if not all, of the education facilities in New Plymouth are designated. Very limited ability to put conditions related to designated sites if they're not actually in the conditions of the designation itself. So just a query from you, are you seeing, is Waka Kotahi seeing significant problems around schools in New Plymouth, given the fact that the controls in the plan are reasonably limited to get at any issues?
I am not aware of anything, but I will admit I have limited experience of projects within the New Plymouth area.
Okay.
And so I've taken on a role here to provide just technical advice.
All right, yes. You're not familiar with New Plymouth so much. The other observation is I started my planning career in a role working with the government where used to coordinate all the different conflicts between central government. At the time, it was on the basis that there seemed to be a constitutional issue that the Crown should speak with one voice. Just the observation that your evidence is contrary to where Waka Kotahi is coming from, but from a planning and technical perspective. Yeah, it's difficult for councils, particularly with, again, different national policy statements, perhaps pulling not always in the same way. So it was really just a process observation that this evidence does highlight. So really, this may be a wider question. Sort of just my understanding of the links between government agencies on these sorts of matters. Is there any coordination? You might not be the right person to ask, so you might.
I was going to defer this question to answer.
Yes, Mr. Severthwaite, do you have any? Can you help us, or Mr. Catchpole?
Sir, I think I've understood your question. Is that the panel's presented with differing evidence between Kāinga Ora and Waka Kotahi, is that correct?
Yes, and the Crown generally, I suppose, but just this particular example, receiving two different streams of advice from the central government. So, what if any process is there for coordination at a central government level on these plan making matters?
So for Kāinga Ora, Waka Kotahi has recently signed a memorandum of understanding to endeavour to allow the parties to work more closely together while still recognising their overlapping but sometimes separate objectives. So we're hoping to make some progress on that, particularly with the noise matter, which you'll be familiar with, has been deferred to April so that parties can work more closely. With specific regard to the transport matter and the number of vehicle movements, it may be of interest if I circulated a consent order from the Whangarei district plan proceedings, which deals with a very similar matter, i.e. a table at which specifies trip generation and consent thresholds, where Waka Kotahi and Kaingaora were both parties along with Whangarei District Council. That's part of the urban services plan change. So that's a situation where the numbers were between 25 and 50 dwellings or lots, and I can share that round if that is useful.
Now, we've been provided one by Mr. Matheson from Kaingaroa. That was more to do with the setbacks from railway corridors. Is what you're talking about a different consent order?
Yes, sir, it's a different consent order. I am familiar with the Kiwi Rail one only insofar as I sat in the same hearing. The one that I'm referring to relates to the transport chapter, and I'll perhaps provide it to Ms. Bromwell at the conclusion today as part of the submission, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that's not Bell's one. It's a different one.
Bell's said he was going to send a second one.
Oh, was it going to be the second one?
I think we have been provided it. I'm just skipping through it now.
Oh, all right. Same judge, different date. So it must be a different one. Thank you. So we already received that. Okay, and this is way above my pay scale, but it's it is difficult to be receiving contrary evidence from central government, particularly at a planning and expert level. Difficult for the council, difficult for us to reconcile on the fact that you've got to work through to an environment court process way at the end.
I'm sure Mr. Catchpole can feed that back to the more senior parts of Waka Kotahi from you, sir.
Yes, thank you. All right, shall we move to your evidence now, Ms. Kipflake?
Yeah. So the summary statement I have, if I may, sir, I may start at perhaps 1.4. So my name is Kath Hepplethwaite. I'm a planning consultant, and I provided a primary statement. I have attached, for ease of reference, my attachment 1 from my preliminary evidence, so it is clear to see, just to confirm that Mr. Roster also has a similar attachment to his primary evidence as well of amendments he wishes to see. So from 1.4, a large number of Waka Kotahi submissions have been accepted, particularly in relation to objectives and policies. Only a small number of matters remain, and I'll describe these below. For policy 2, Mr. Stenner proposed replacement of the phrase "do not compromise" with "maintain." I agree with Mr. Stenner that "not compromise" generally equates to no concession or acceptance of standards lower than desirable will be allowed. The use of "maintain", however, assumes that there is an existing acceptable level of safety, efficiency, and effectiveness. Maintain does not engender consideration of alternatives, for example, a more appropriate or safer access location, or improvements should they be proposed. For these reasons, I continue to support policy 2 as notified. Policies 6 and 18, I agree with Mr. Stenner that policy 6 and policy 18 should be combined. On review, however, I consider that the matters listed in subpoints 1 to 12 of policy 18 should be included potentially as a note, because I consider that they are a specific information requirement as to what should be included within an ITA rather than a matter of policy. Policies 17 and 19, both policies include the phrase "and" or and within the list of policy subclauses. I do not support this approach, as all elements of a policy should be considered and then an assessment made within the AEE as to whether individual elements are applicable based on the proposal at hand. I consider the words and or should be deleted. Waka Kotahi proposed a new policy, which is infrastructure supporting subdivision and development is planned, funded and provided for an integrated and in an integrated and comprehensive manner. As Mr. Stenner has correctly identified, the proposed policy closely aligns with MPSUD Objective 6. Mr. Stenner indicates that subdivision Objective 3 already addresses this matter. I agree that this is a suitable response where a proposal is a combined subdivision and land use application. However, if a proposal is land use only, no reference to the subdivision provisions, including subdivision Objective 3, will be made. In this regard, I recommend a more refined revision of the Waka Kotahi policy be included in the transport chapter, i.e. deletion of the reference subdivision within the wording above. Turn now to Transport Rule 8. Waka Kotahi, as you've heard from Mr. Rossiter, has proposed a number of changes to Table 1. I support the changes Mr. Rossiter has proposed because they will better manage the effects, that they will reduce the regulatory burden, and they'll also capture the nuanced effects of peak vehicle movements and heavy vehicle movements. Transport Rule 9. This is a matter which Mr. Stenner and I have had some discussions on. I consider an amendment, which is deletion of reference to Standard 1, is necessary to remove any confusion between Rule 9.1, which applies to all state highways, but Standard 1, which only applies to state highways which are not limited access roads. Transport Standard 10. Ms. Taylor addresses the Waka Kotahi submissions and recommends deletion of except where existing bicycle parking facilities are located within 50 metres of a site. I consider that Ms. Taylor's recommended change will have a similar effect, i.e. bicycle parking being provided near the subject site, as sought by the Waka Kotahi submission, and am comfortable with her recommendation. I do, however, note that the change has not been carried through to the Council's Appendix 1 recommended amendments, and I request that this be updated, assuming Mr. Stenner agrees at an appropriate time. And so I might just note, I think I failed to check that last point in the updated addenda produced. So my apologies if that has already happened. Mr. Stenner may be able to confirm, but it may be something that's already captured. And,
I'll just go away and have a bit of a look at that.
Thank you. And of course, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Heathwaite. David, do you have any?
Yes, I do, and I guess, excuse me, the questions maybe I should have put to Mr. Rossiter in relation to his Appendix A, but you've raised it anyway in respect to the point that you've made about about Trans 8, the changes to the high trip generator. This is your paragraph 1.9 of your summary. I didn't appreciate at the time that Mr. Rossiter and Waka Kotahi were suggesting the deletion of items 6, 7 and 8, vehicle sales, service stations and transport depots from that table. But having seen what you've said, that approach not only better manages effects but reduces the regulatory burden. Is that what, have I read that correctly, Ms. Heathwaite, that that's Waka Kotahi's position, that those three categories and in fact education activities too, plus primary production and energy activities will be deleted from the table?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Mr. Rossiter's opinion that I support.
Yes.
My reading of the table is where there is no threshold. That means any movements associated with those items will generate a need for consent. So that's
is your reading, well, yes, I mean, the track change version at Mr. Rossiter's table not only removes the word no threshold, but it removes the activity category also.
Yes, so, yep. So there is a catch-all item at number 20, sir.
Yes.
Which would gather those up in the event that they generated the requisite number of traffic movements.
Okay, I see. okay, there's a mechanical issue there for me, just ensuring that that intention is delivered. On first reading of it, I hadn't read it that way. If you were listed as a activity and you had the words no threshold, that you triggered to 20, but I wasn't aware that if you weren't listed, that you would trigger 20, but maybe the words any activity or any other activity cover that in item 20. And Mr. Steen is nodding.
Sorry, not very good for us.
Yeah, so that was obviously the intention, but maybe the delivery could be nuanced a little bit. The addition of in item 20 of the 1 hour and heavy vehicle movements per day in Appendix A, Mr. Rossiter's evidence in chief, were they part of the original submission from Waka Kotahi?
I will just check that, sir, but would it be helpful to hear from Mr. Rossiter as to why they're included while I just confirm that? Chris, thank you.
They weren't included in the original submission from Waka Kotahi, which was focused more on the no threshold from memory and the way that was being interpreted. Just for clarification, the reason I'd suggested items like row 14 and 16 could be removed was because they were just replicating the row 20. Now, I accept that if the intent was that any activity should have been any other activity, then the rows would stay. But as the notified version says any activity, it became redundant. And as I noted in my evidence, to my mind, using a table which doesn't actually provide much guidance for the size of an activity with no threshold, I'd probably prefer it to say either 0 or not be there. And the additions to row 20 were to try and capture the effects that would normally arise with some of those other activities.
Yes, regardless of its scale.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 is a catch-all, isn't it? Any other activity, well, that's the intention anyway. Regardless of a scale that exceeds 20 vehicle movements per day, triggers the need for a high traffic generating resource consent involving an ITA.
I think there are two things to look at here in terms of row 20. If it remained as just any activity, including all the above, then I think what I've proposed makes sense. If it was meant to capture any other activity, then under any other activity, I think you want all three. Again, it was intended to try and capture the things that's critical. Total movements per day is usually not what causes the effect. Peak hour is often the effect. Heavy vehicles is the thing that drives the assessment. And it's just a question of how you balance that catch-all with the preceding clauses.
Yes, it's an interesting comment given that items 1 to 19 aren't nearly as nuanced.
No, that 1 to 19 are just effectively a size that gives something close to 200 movements per day. And I appreciate that's the way they were sized, while it doesn't make that explicit, but row 20 does.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. I have one final question, and again relates to the service station entry. Yesterday we heard from Ms. Barr for the oil companies, and she had suggested an alteration to line 7 on service stations that distinguished between existing service stations and new service stations. And for existing service stations, well, so let me start by saying for new service stations, she was happy to run with the no threshold approach. For new service stations, she suggested that the trigger for the consent and an ITA should be where there were 4 additional refueling spaces proposed. I wondered if you had any comment on that.
I think it sets us. I think the vehicle movements is a more reliable measure. The number of pumps at a station doesn't directly reflect the level of activity. Quite often, the number of pumps that are provided is as much about ensuring that the service forecourt operates efficiently without queues. So the generation of a service station is typically just a simple function of how much traffic is passing it, not the number of pumps.
In that case, does it really matter what redevelops on a site of an existing service station in that sense, assuming it was lawfully established to start with? I mean, presumably it was designed to have the correct width of access points, the separation distance from them, separation from intersections, vehicle tracking points, with the addition of additional bowsers necessarily change the traffic profile. And that's warranted a consent process.
This is one of those cases which comes back to your scoping issue, that if a site is redeveloped and consent has already been approved, if you're not changing the level of traffic generation, then your transport assessment will effectively document that. It becomes a very brief report.
Okay.
Just to demonstrate you're not changing anything in terms of effects on the road network.
Okay, so it's a process to document that, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah. Certainly that would be the approach I would expect to take in that sort of situation. If a service station was redeveloped to either improve its layout or change facilities, if it's not generating any new traffic over and above what it was already generating, your assessment is just, are the driveways still functioning safely?
Thank you, Mr. Rossiter, and thank you, Ms. Hepworth. I didn't have any further questions for you, Ms. Hepworth.
Kath, I'm just trying to work out your attachment 1 to your evidence. You're showing changes to policy, but you're also recommending some changes to the rules, is that right? Which aren't in the attachment, or have I missed something?
The changes to the rules, sir, are attached to Mr. Rossiter's evidence.
Right.
Actually, my apologies. No, I think I have omitted the change to Transport Rule 9 in my attachment. Sir, I'll resubmit an updated brief, an updated attachment for you later today.
What about Tran 1? Was there changes there? Bottom of page 7, top of page 8?
Sir, are you referring to my primary brief or my summary statement?
No, your primary brief I'm looking at.
All right, one moment. Sorry, page 7, sir.
It's bottom of page 7, like there's red in your.
Yes, that's correct.
So is that's not in your attachment 1, is it? That request to change.
That is correct, sir. I've omitted that. I will produce a new attachment 1 for you today.
Yes, I think it's just
and I will check the others too, sir.
a structural thing. All right. And just at your 511 in your main statement, this and/or submission that Waka Kotahi's made across the plan. Certainly got the planners here on the run through the various provisions. It's an intriguing submission. In your view, is there always an answer? Is there always either and is right or is right or nothing should be there? Is it as straightforward as that?
In my experience, sir, in a objective and policy framework, I would expect there to be, well, actually, I'll go back a step before that. Usually what I would expect to see in a plan is a directive about whether lists of items are individual or cumulative, i.e. are they all read together as ands or are they independent as ors? So that's what I would normally expect to see. If that's not there and nothing is specified, I would expect them to be and, everything to be and. So you check every single item, whether it's an objective or a policy or perhaps a matter of discretion that you're considering. And again, assuming there is no prefacing comment somewhere in the how the plan works chapter or whatever the plan structure has. If there is a specific intent for the items to be considered separately, for example, there may be a rule which has perhaps two options for compliance. Either you do this or you do that, then I would expect that to be explicit in the actual provision. The concern I've got with it appearing in policies is that I think it potentially creates a decision pathway when a person looks at the plan to go, oh, I don't want to consider policy 6. I'm going to go straight to policy 7 because it says and or I can do 6 or 7, for example. It might be that one of those policies isn't relevant to the proposal at hand, but my opinion is that assessment of relevance of the particular policy should occur during the application process. And I know I would deal with that by saying required to address the policies. Policy 6 applies and the proposal meets it for these reasons. Policy 7, in my opinion, isn't relevant for these reasons. So I think that it's just a matter of where that consideration of relevance is made. And I think with an and or, it could easily be made before an application is considered with some justification perhaps.
Back to my question, is there always an answer and or in your opinion in the Waka Kotahi is that shouldn't be used in a plan as a form of wording?
In objectives and policies, I don't consider it's appropriate, no.
Thank you. And my only other question I have was in relation to your 514, and there's an addition you're seeking there in red at the bottom of page 7 and the top of page 8. Does that in your mind confer discretion on a third party, which in a plan, which would seem a bit unusual?
Interesting question, sir. That wasn't the intention as far as I'm aware. It's more to advise people, or the intention was to advise plan readers that the Waka Kotahi's standards might be different than what they are seeing within the council forum.
So how would that work in practice for an applicant?
So when a new vehicle crossing is proposed to the state highway,
yes,
that approval is required from Waka Kotahi,
yes,
and that the approval requirements might be different than what the plan requires.
Okay, so this is a separate approval under separate act.
Yes.
Okay, so it's more of a note. All right, I think I understand that. And yes, thank you for your clear evidence. The only other thing was with these changes, the 32AA thinking process. Have you been through that? We're required to think about changes in a 32AA context. And we've requested that planners do provide us that where they're seeking changes over and above the proposed plan is notified.
Indeed, sir, I will include that in the updated attachments for you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify too, earlier there was reference to some consent orders Mr. Matheson had provided. Did you wish for me to send the one which relates to the transport chapter for Whangarei? Or was that confirmed that you had that already?
He has sent that to us subsequently. So we do have that. That's one dated 15th of April 2021.
That's correct, sir, yes.
So we have that. Thank you. That's very helpful. You mentioned it, but we'd already sort of canvassed that with Mr. Matheson this morning, and he saw that it was going to be useful. So I've made a comment to two other submitters today that we seem to be looking at some quite fine changes in terms of the only remaining matters on this transport chapter is between the council team and Waka Kotahi. To me, that reflects an excellent process of obviously working together. There seems to be some dialogue going on between the various parties. So really do thank Waka Kotahi and for the contributions you're making, and the fact that we're down to these minor matters on quite a significant chapter, I think is an excellent, or to me, signals an excellent process between the parties previously before it's got to us. So thank you very much. Right, I think that's the end of the case for you. Is that right, Mr. Wade?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Do you plan to take an afternoon tea break, or would you prefer to push on?
I think we should push on. We'll see how we're going around 4, and if we need a pit stop there, anyone should just sing out just for a comfort stop or a glass of water, a cup of tea or something. Let's just push on if that's okay with you.
Before Transpower gets underway with its case, I'd like to introduce Doug McNeil. He's the Kaiarahi tikanga for Transpower, and he's going to do a short meeting.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Including understanding what happens.
Oh.
Ooh, there you go. I got a crown.
We've actually we've received evidence by way of Waiata, so right, thank you very much.
He honere he kororia ki te atua, he ngā rongo ki te whenua he whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa te hei Māori ora. Ki te maunga tapu, ki Taranaki is tūtonu, tūtonu. He honere ki te kororia, ki tāna, I whakarite mai, I hanga ngā mea katoa. He mihi hoki ki te whenua kei wahora. No te whenua he mana noa, e papatū anu haere tonu I rungi tō ora ki a mātou katoa. Ki ngā mate, I rungi a koutou, I rungi a mātou, te tangi hoki I tēnei wā, I ngā wā whakararu mai, I te mate karauna, I rungi tēnā o tātou, ngā whānau katoa. Haere atu. Huri no ki a tātou a tonu nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou. A blessing to begin the proceedings, acknowledging that we aren't self-made. All of us have a whakapapa, all of us have parents, tupuna, and we acknowledge that we stand, each of us here, on the mana of those before us. Engari, he miha te kia tātou, kia kōrua, tēnā pē āhu nei he kai whakawā, he momo kai whakawā, kai whakaronga, kai whakiritenga, kai whakataunga. I know this isn't a court and you are judges, but in a way, you sit to listen and to make decisions. E mea te kia kōra, kia koutou hoki, mahi ana a koutou mai. No reira tēnā kōra. A huri noa ki te mana anō, ki te mana o te whenua, kei te Atiawa, o Ngāti te Whiti te Hapu I reira, rātou, tēnā kōtou. Huri noa ki te rata taha o te awa, ki Taranaki iwi, ki Ngāti Tairi, ki a rātou hoki he mana, I he tai wāhi, ka whakawhiti mai, a rātou whakatanga, mō ngā mahi nei. We acknowledge the mana of the mana whenua, those who were before, and in particular Hapu, that held this land before us. E mihi ati kia rātou. Huri noa, kia koutou hara mai, ki te whakarongo mai nei, kia hira tēnā senta. He mihi atu kia koutou hara mai. Rātou hui katoa, I rungi I te mata topa, te neki, te zui. Hara mai mātou no te whare whakawhiti hiko ki transfer. Kone te mihi atu kia hara mai. Whakahauria, whakatakatoa mātou whakaro e pāniki. So we thank you for this opportunity to be here and to make a submission, but primarily to me, to you all. She said we're going to do it white. Whati tiri, kia waka tauia tama, mā te hau, mā te wei, kia whaui ti te kora, mā mara e whangai, mana e tiraki, kia ora ai te iwi, e tu meirari. A kāta ti hono, tātou hono, tātou te hunga ki a rātou, huri no ki a tātou, ki a hātumi nei, kāta ti hono, tātou hono. Ki a tātou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's been an incredible honour for us to sit in these hearings where the involvement of mana whenua, the iwi, and as submitters, as witnesses, as experts in cultural matters in their own right, it just brings a fantastic spirit to the hearings, and the fact that you've honoured taking the time and the effort to come and honour the place, the tipuna, the ancestors, and the mana whenua of this place, and also the wider Taranaki iwi, is very, very much appreciated. And I'm sure the mana whenua perhaps sitting in the background and listening in really feel that honour as well that you've bestowed on them. So thank you very much.
Now on to
business.
Out of business. So I've filed legal submissions yesterday.
Thank you.
Copies of those.
Yes.
I've got Mr. Dougal Campbell sitting next to me. You present evidence, a summary of the evidence to me. And then online, I've got Michael Wilson, the Lions engineer. He was going to be here in person, but developed a sore throat overnight and he's kept that to himself at home. So, so he'll give evidence via the Zoom link, and also Ms. Carolyn Ratt, who's locked in as part of the Auckland boundaries, and so we'll also be giving evidence via Zoom.
So thank you and welcome Michael and welcome Carolyn, and yes, thank you for making the effort to be here, and we recognise not possible for everyone, so underway with your legal submissions. Thank you.
I will go through the submissions, I guess on the assumption that you may not have had a chance to read them. They only arrived yesterday. If there's any parts that
Yes, take us through the.
you feel free to
Yes.
push me forward if you feel like you're going to read them.
Yes.
So within the New Plymouth District Council boundaries, Transpower operates substations, a switching station and high voltage transmission lines, which form part of the national grid. These assets play a vital role in the well-being of New Zealanders locally and nationally. Transpower lodged submissions and further submissions on the proposed plan in relation to provisions that impact its national grid activities. Transpower's submissions relevant to this hearing sought amendments to the Network Utilities chapter. So we're not going to be addressing anything in relation to the transport chapter today. These amendments are identified in the evidence of Ms. Carolyn Ratt, and as I said, we've got technical evidence from Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wilson. The officer report recommended changes to the proposed plan provisions relevant to this hearing, and it's a substantial number of those changes align with Transpower's position. So this is detailed more in Ms. Ratt's evidence. So on those matters, Transpower supports the recommendations of the Section 42A report and Ms. Ratt. These overall submissions focus on the amendments sought by Transpower that were rejected by the Section 42A report, but supported by the evidence of Ms. Ratt, as well as provisions challenged by other submitters, and that they fall into the three sort of categories, which I've got at 1.5A through to C. So firstly, provisions relating to the giving effect to the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission, and Transpower's particular concern is in the way the provisions manage the effects of national grid upgrading and development. So this, unfortunately, cannot be solved through amendment to the Network Utility chapter provisions alone, unless those provisions direct that they prevail in the event of conflict. So I'll come back to this issue, and Ms. Ratt also will address this, and you may recall we raised it at the hearing 5 as well, so this is a complicated issue. Secondly, a concern that the effects of the national grid cannot always be avoided or minimised. So the national grid cannot always be put underground or integrated into the surrounding environment, and there are some provisions which suggest that that might be required in some cases. And then lastly, the national grid corridor approach. So that's the national grid yard and the national grid subdivision corridor, and also the national grid substation corridor, are based on technical analysis. Corridors help to protect safety, access, and to reduce reverse sensitivity effects. And Transpower supports the yard and corridor approach in the proposed district plan. So this is a matter where Transpower is in agreement with the council, but it is an important part of the plan. It's important that you've got the evidence that you feel you need to support those provisions.
Yes. And just on that, we've got a situation here of competing MPSs. You would have heard from Mr. Matheson this morning, and he's saying it's all about achieving outcomes with as little wastage as possible, and by that he means through the most effective and efficient procedure that achieves the outcome without any unnecessary baggage, if you like. And so clearly we'll have some questions from Mr. Wilson about how the corridor has been identified in terms of the dimensions in this district.
Yes, and I warned Mr. Wilson that those are likely to be questions that he will be asked, so I'm happy to answer those questions. So Transpower supports the planning evidence of Ms. Ratt and her view that Transpower's proposed amendments are a more appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA and will give better effect to the MPS ET as well as the regional policy statement.
Just on that, sorry to interrupt all the time, but is that the test, to give better effect?
Well, the test is to give effect, yes. And Transpower's submissions are that the proposed plan as notified, but also as amended by the Section 42A report fails in some respects.
To give effect,
Yes.
but not in respect to category C about the corridor. You'll be supporting.
There are some very minor amendments suggested in relation to those corridor provisions.
Yes. So in terms of those three issues, the enabling provisions for upgrade and development, the effects of the network, and then the effects on the network. Of those three, you're suggesting that the plan is more in line with the MPS ET and on that last category, and it is on the first two.
Yes, I mean, I can come to this, but actually in relation to recognising the benefits of the national grid, the plan does a pretty good job on that. It's really about what happens when you're looking at upgrading and development and the effects of that upgrading and development, whether the plan provisions which regulate the effects arising from upgrading and development, whether those provisions give effect to the NPC.
Thank you.
I have a supplementary on that. My reading of the RAT's evidence, and I might be wrong here, but she seems to cover what the ideal position would be: separate national grid provisions. That if that's not accepted, then some beefing up of the plan might or would do the same job. And that's why I think I am intrigued at the point it better give effect. There's more ways, as we know, of skinning a cat than the end of that saying is, but it's we're looking at not necessarily a perfect position, and that's why I raised before.
Transpower accepts that. There's
Yes.
more than one way
Right.
of solving this problem.
Yes.
And at the hearing 5, I think it was,
Yes.
natural landscape features and landscapes, accepted that this was really more a matter of form over substance, and not going to stand in the way of if you have a preferred form for the plan, it's the substance that counts.
Yes.
And after that hearing, submitted a memorandum setting out what would be the provisions within those relevant chapters if you were not minded to have the kind of policy that we're now suggesting. So if you wanted us to take a similar approach with other chapters, then that be open to providing drafting on that. I guess Transpower's turning up with its submission, seeking the provisions that it prefers. Of course. And so that's what the evidence explains. If you think it would be useful for you to see what a alternative formulation for solving the problem would be, just as you did for hearing 5, then certainly we can arrange that.
Yes, I think that speaks to me of the ability to look at the complexity of the way the plan's structured. There's been a lot of effort put into it, and if the outcomes can be achieved in more than one way, the ability for the planning experts and with legal help to perhaps provide a different way of achieving the same end. So yes,
something you can explore with Ms. Ratt. I know when she and I have spoken about it, the amendments that would be required to all of the various chapters could get quite repetitive, and would need to be reasonably complex, and would be National Grid specific. So there seemed to be some efficiency in dealing with it all in one place. But she's better placed to talk to those sorts of planning rationale. Than I am.
Yes, and certainly just Mr. Stenner and Mr. Wakefield, in your verbal right of reply, we'd like to hear your position on these alternative ways of going forward. And certainly if there was a need for some further conferencing, both in this case, perhaps both at a planning and legal level, because I'm a great fan of having legal expertise in some of these more technical areas, just to make sure that we can really look at things in a broad planning and legal perspective. If you could ponder that,
yep.
And when you come back and close, after we hear the evidence, obviously, we're looking for good process, so that would be useful. And the other point is, as I raised before, about these competing national policy statements. You contend with, in terms of your operations, the CPS, the award policies and those sort of aspects, and also the NES FM and also the MPSUD, that when you're looking at the technical details around a district plan as a whole, are pulling in different directions. We have to give effect to them all somehow. So this is where the assistance advice from both a planning and a legal perspective is so valuable to us.
Yeah, maybe I can foreshadow what Ms. Rett can explain. The policy that's being suggested by her wouldn't override the coastal environment chapter provisions. There's an acceptance that the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement does contain quite directive language. The MPSUD, I would submit, contains less directive language, and she can talk to that, but
yes.
I see a path through in terms of what
yes, I've certainly read that with interest, so when we get to Karen. So sorry to interrupt, it's probably quite a good way to set up the discussion. Thank you.
As I say in 2.1, the evidence of Ms. Rett comprehensively describes her recommended amendments, which are supported by Transpower, and these legal submissions do not attempt to be as comprehensive or as granular as her evidence, but they instead address the rationale and legal principles. So the submissions address the concern that the provisions don't currently give effect to the MPSET or the RPS, which is another important matter to bear in mind. And as we've just discussed, Transpower's preference is to consolidate the national grid provisions in the Network Utilities chapter. And the suggested new policy, we're calling NUPX, would prevail if in conflict with provisions in other proposed district plan chapters or in the national Network Utilities chapter itself. Second, the MPSET recognition that the national grid is limited by operational and technical requirements and its ability to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects. So Transpower seeks amendments to Objective 2 and P4, as well as a new policy to recognise these constraints on the management of effects arising from the national grid. And Transpower also opposes new measures of discretion recommended in the Section 42A report for the reasons stated in Ms. Rett's evidence. And then third, as I've already said, that there's support for the corridor approach included in the proposed district plan, subject to some small amendments. So firstly, rewording policy 6 and also amendments to rules 32 and 33 to retain existing vehicular access to national grid support structures. So Transpower's interests in this hearing derive from the following issues. First of all, Transpower operates, maintains and continues to upgrade and develop the national grid, including within the New Plymouth district. And it's therefore important that the proposed plan protects existing national grid assets and provides flexibility for the national grid to adapt to changes in electricity supply and demand. Second, it's not always practicable for national grid upgrades or developments to avoid sensitive locations or effects. Third, to ensure the national grid delivers safe, secure and reliable electricity supply, Transpower needs to be able to operate and carry out regular maintenance and upgrades of the transmission lines. And these realities are reflected in the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission. And as I've said, Transpower prefers that the proposed plan give effect using a national grid specific policy and rules located in the Network Utilities chapter. The proposed plan objectives and policies will be relevant to any resource consent application lodged in relation to the national grid, as well as, of course, notices of requirement. So in relation to the proposed plan rules, these also need to give effect to the NPS and RPS, so not just the objectives and policies. And Transpower relies on the district plan rule framework, as well as the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission Activities, or NESETA, to authorise the operation, maintenance and upgrading of existing lines that are not subject to a designation, or I guess where that designation doesn't authorise the upgrading which is to occur, which is another scenario. The proposed plan rules will apply to works in relation to lines that are not subject to a designation, including any works such as access tracks, which may not be authorised by designation. So access tracks often fall outside the designation footprint, but are an important part of being able to get to and maintain lines.
Just as a statement of fact, I'm just trying to cast my memory back to hearing 5. Was it the case that Transpower haven't got any designations over lines from the district, they have designations over substations?
All the substations are designated, and there's one short section of line, which is the Junction Road National Grid line designation, but there are other lines which are not designated.
And that's an historical situation.
I understand it's a mixture. It's both lines which have existed for a long time and therefore not designated, and then I think there is one line which is jointly managed with Todd Energy.
Yes, that's right.
And
coming back to me now.
And therefore is consented rather than designated.
And sorry, just remind me going forward, and this might be a question from Mr. Campbell. Any new lines? What was the preferred mechanism, Mr. Campbell?
New lines, it's definitely to designate, particularly if it's of any distance and what we're connecting to. So a greenfield line would be 15, whatever Ks, 20 Ks, 1 K. Our preference is to designate.
Yes. Thank you.
Ms. McIndoe, I can't remember I asked you in hearing 5 about the strategic objectives, interim guidance we've delivered. But I'll ask you again if
I don't think you did, but I do remember watching the memorandum for Transpower quite some months ago now on the strategic.
Yes, we have made some interim guidance. So is there anything in the interim guidance we've made on the basis that it's going to be helpful for us, because the strategic objectives do have, in our view, a hierarchical place in the plan. They need to relate to all the objectives and policies and rules throughout. But have you turned your mind to any submissions you'd like to make about the interim guidance, or was that something you could do?
I'd be happy to do that.
Yes.
I haven't prepared anything
Yes.
for today,
Yes.
but I'd be very happy to do that.
We're certainly, in terms of your topic of the overall interest in this hearing, and this is a key hearing for you, we are encouraging feedback. Any other suggestions in terms of our thinking around the strategic objectives? We have added some new infrastructure and energy strategic objectives and separated them out as unique section, and staff are starting to respond to our request to get input as we go through about how the strategic objectives relate to the chapters as we go through them. Thank you.
So I was at 3.2, which is where I start focusing on the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission. So the NPSET was introduced to recognise the vital role the National Grid plays in the well-being of New Zealand, its people and the environment. And I've quoted the one objective of the NPS in my paragraph 3.3. As commissioners have already picked up, there are 3 elements to this. It's about enabling recognising the significance, managing adverse effects of the network and also of other activities on the network. To implement this objective, the NPSET contains 14 policies that provide guidance to decision makers exercising functions under the RMA. The policies reflect the scale of the benefits which the National Grid provides. While these policies address the effects of electricity transmission, they do so in a way which recognises the paramount importance of keeping the lights on. Policies which are relevant to this hearing are, I'll go through them, summarise them. So policy 1, which is about recognising and providing the benefits of sustainable, secure, efficient electricity transmission. Policy 2 provides that councils must recognise and provide for the effective operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the national grid. Policy 3 provides the council must consider the constraints imposed on achieving measures to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects resulting from the technical and operational requirements of the national grid. Policy 4 addresses new national grid infrastructure or major upgrades. So in those instances, council is required to have regard to the extent to which any adverse effects of new national grid infrastructure or major upgrades have been avoided, remedied or mitigated by the route to site and method selection. And you will have seen that Mr. Campbell's evidence explains the process which Transpower goes through when it's deciding where to locate its alternatives assessment, if you like, for new developments and major upgrades.
And that would be a relevant requirement regardless of whether it's a resource consent or a notice of requirement.
It's the process that Transpower goes through, regardless of the planning mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah, for most parts, under the NES, it might be a shorter pathway for assessment of alternatives.
That have regard in policy 4 with regard to, how does that go in relation to the policy must be given effect to?
Well, in terms of a plan, I can see you thinking, how do we do this in the context of a plan? You can see that if you were had a consent application before you, then you could have regard to it.
Yes.
And Transpower's submitting that people, when they receive these applications, the district plan must allow them to have regard to these matters and to do so in a way which is genuine and could have an impact on the outcome.
Okay, so in policy 3, they must consider the constraints that Transpower is not always possible underground, but they must also have regard to the effects arising from whatever package is put to the local authority.
Yes, and I guess it's a recognition that while it can be hard to mitigate the effects of the national grid physical structures, sometimes the best way to avoid effects is to put it somewhere else and to recognise that that exercise has already been gone through, and to have a process where Transpower can explain that to the decision makers and to have that given some weight.
What happens in the situation where there's a hard wall of an avoid position? What happens then? You just don't get the power through.
Well, yeah, that's right. Which is why the NPSET doesn't support hard avoidance. It uses those terms quite sparingly in later policies, and in some instances it qualifies them. So, for example, in policy 8, which was the one relevant to natural features and landscapes, in rural environments, planning and development of the transmission system should seek to avoid adverse effects. And that's recognition that it's not always possible to avoid, but attempts should be made to do that.
And it goes to a process of site selection, ground selection.
Links that to the policy which I just described about policy 4.
Policy 4.
Have regard to the extent to which effects have been avoided, remedied or mitigated by the route site elected selection.
So where does significant natural areas fit in there? Is that covered by policy 8?
Significant natural areas are not easily categorised in terms of the NPSCT, partly because of its age. So it's 2008. Significant natural areas have come into prominence more recently, I would say, submit, in the last few years. And so they fall into partly into matters of high natural character, in the sense that natural areas can contribute to natural character in policy 8. Perhaps they might be part of policy 7, which talks about amenity. But otherwise, there's no direction in the NPSCT to avoid SNAs, except the more general ones, which apply generally, regardless of the location.
But then how the councils reconcile the prevent effects on, we talked about this in hearing 5, I know it's still weighing on my mind in terms of consenting pathways for nationally important infrastructure.
Are you talking about the direction in section 6
is,
to protect
is
indigenous vegetation? Yes.
Yes.
Well, my submission is that section 6 doesn't direct the protection of every tree or shrub, and in fact that would be impractical. That it's for councils to determine for their district how those matters can be protected, and sometimes that protection might allow for some loss in some places to recognise that you can't protect everything. Yes. And there might be a counterbalancing.
Yes.
It is I think it is more complicated than the other parts of section 6, which talk about inappropriate subdivision use and development, and that phrase isn't included in relation to indigenous vegetation and habitats. But I don't think it would be practical, and I think it would also fail to give effect to section 5 of the RMA if indigenous vegetation was to be given the level of protection that impacted on, for example, health and safety, which is often, for example, the trimming of trees which have the potential to fall on transmission lines, and which landowners are required to trim under the hazards from trees regulations. If the district plan was to prevent that trimming to occur and it impacted on safety, then that would be according to a question whether section 5 is being given effect to.
So I do have experience with a 220 kV line, which I was involved in designating for Contact Energy, wind farm Port Waikato area, which went through an SNA, and the transmission engineers then went to huge efforts to build high towers where an SNA was being crossed, looking at helicoptering in, people to have enough space for a tower in the middle, and there seems to be in that situation a way of really limiting any effects, but it was a big effort, and then the Board of Victoria approved that process. Judge Smith was sitting on that, but I do remember it was very difficult.
And Mr. Campbell can talk to how SNAs and ecologically valuable sites are factored into the site selection process.
Yes.
One of the points he makes in his evidence is that often by trying to avoid impacts on one value, you impact another. So as you say, tall towers, so that you can avoid impacts on the vegetation. Perhaps those tall towers are more likely to have a visual impact. So often it's hard to avoid all of them.
Yes, I'll certainly look forward to talking to Mr. Campbell because that's great. So look, the reason I've laboured this is that we're back in hearing 5 in a way, deliberating. We're waiting for some more advice from the planners in that space. So the opportunity to have you to talk to is something I really value. So thank you for those submissions.
No. Well, also they are matters which are addressed in the policy, which is being put forward by Transpower. So it's relevant. So perhaps I'll just shortcut the rest of these policies we've talked about, the main ones. The only other ones I wanted to draw to your attention were 10 and 11. And that's because these are the policies which relate to the subdivision corridor and the National Grid yard. So these are the policies which require councils to identify a corridor within which it can be expected that sensitive activities will generally not be provided for as plans. That's policy 11. And policy 10 requires decision makers to the extent reasonably possible to manage activities to avoid adverse sensitivity effects and also ensure that the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the electricity transmission network is not compromised. So there's two parts to that, and I'll come back to that. It's not just about reverse sensitivity, it's also about not compromising the network. So I'll just briefly touch on the NECETA, the environmental standard, and the point being that the NECETA does not regulate all National Grid activities and that the proposed plan provisions will also be relevant. So the NECETA applies to activities that relate to the operation, maintenance, upgrading, relocation or removal of an existing transmission line, as that term is defined in the regulations. It establishes permitted activities subject to compliance with a range of conditions. And as I set out in hearing 5, while Transpower's existing substations and switching station in the district are designated, said only one short section of line is designated. So Transpower does rely on the district plan rule framework as well as the NECETA to authorise operation, maintenance and upgrading of existing lines, not subject to a designation. 2 National Grid lines in the district were constructed after 2010, so the NECETA doesn't apply to them. And the Junction Road line is designated, but the McKee T line is owned and managed with Tom, as I've explained. So the proposed plan rules will apply to works in relation to these lines, including any works which aren't authorised by the designation. So, for example, as I said, access tracks that might fall outside. So Transpower does of course care and will be impacted by these proposed plan provisions, applying to operation, maintenance, upgrade and relocation or removal of existing transmission line. Now I come to the point about Transpower's preference for the National Grid provisions to be consolidated in the Network Utilities chapter. So Transpower acknowledges that some provisions relevant to network utilities will be located in chapters throughout the proposed plan, and I referred earlier to the coastal ones as being an example of this. But Transpower seeks that the National Grid specific provisions be primarily located in the network utilities chapter. And the reasons for this are, first, a comprehensive and complete National Grid policy will be efficient for those who need to consider policy direction relating to the National Grid and will avoid inconsistency and repetitiveness. If I could just say that when it comes to who are these people who are going to be considering these National Grid policies, well, if it relates to upgrading and development, then it's Transpower and the council primarily, perhaps submitters in opposition, but it's not the same as would be the case for a provision in the plan that might be relevant to a whole range of landowners, for example. So perhaps there's some efficiency in having it in one place.
Mr. Campbell took us through, were you here when Mr. Campbell took us through the planning maps?
Yes.
Yes, so through some of these lines traverse residential areas, proposed residential areas, so you're not saying that those landowners with third party won't be interested in the future?
Well, I mean, they will be interested, of course, but they would only be interested if there was a proposal to upgrade or develop the line, which meant that they were impacted. That's what I say.
But what if they wanted to develop their land? They'd be interested in the extent of the corridors and the rules and the consent status.
Those provisions are already in the Network Utilities chapter. So here I'm primarily talking about rules that might regulate the upgrade and development of the lines in natural features and landscapes, or the ecology chapter, or say heritage values, those kinds of things. Second, if the NPECT was given effect in each and every chapter of the proposed plan, this would require National Grid specific policies in a wide range of chapters. And each of these policies would need to precisely reflect the NPECT, causing the proposed plan to become complex and repetitive. Third, the national planning standards are conflicting in their direction as to where to place provisions which fall within more than one section of the proposed plan. So, as I say in D, the guidance which supports the planning standards allows councils to locate most provisions relating to energy infrastructure and transport under that heading, unless they're addressed in a special purpose zone, and that's the approach which Transpower supports. The key issue there in relation to the national planning standards is that on the one hand, they say everything in relation to infrastructure should be in the infrastructure chapter, and on the other, they say everything relating to, say, landscape should be in the landscape chapter. Those two things often coexist.
Right. The point that the section 42A officer emphasised was the council has discretion to make that call under the NPS, the national planning standards.
Yes, and that's accepted.
Yes.
Transpower says that it's also open to the council to take an approach which it supports. Section 5, the ability of the National Grid to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects. So Transpower submission sought amendments to Objective 2 so that the obligation to avoid, remedy or mitigate effects is as far as practical. And I appreciate that sometimes decision makers don't like these words, or words which sometimes seem to dilute direction. So some discussion.
So just on that, to clarify that discussion, the discussion's been not necessarily whether it's a good or bad thing, but if it does occur, what's the best level to focus on? Is it the objectives, policies, or the rules? And that has been the discussion over the first 2 days of this hearing.
Right.
If there is qualifiers being used, what is the most effective way of basically landing those?
That's useful. I haven't seen any of the proceedings in the last 2 days, so that's useful context. The 42A report recommends the phrase "as far as practical" be excluded, based on a concern that it adds a level of ambiguity. But with respect, the phrase does specifically recognise the constraints of the National Grid. There are technical and operational requirements associated with the National Grid that limit the extent to which it is feasible to avoid or mitigate all environmental effects. And these challenges are recognised in the preamble to the National Policy Statement, the electricity transmission. Transpower goes to significant lengths to avoid, remedy and mitigate effects, and the NPECT requires decision makers to have regard to these efforts. So this is the discussion which we had earlier this afternoon. Mr. Campbell's evidence describes these steps which Transpower takes to avoid sensitive locations and mitigate effects. So these include avoiding urban areas and sensitive activities, but that often deflects assets into areas with greater landscape, natural character or recreation value. Second, National Grid lines may have to take a longer or alternative route in order to avoid sensitive locations. So if there was a requirement to avoid and the consequence was you had to go round, then the line would be longer and potentially impact a greater number of people, certainly a greater amount of land, while taking that longer route. And then, of course, a longer line would cost more to develop, operate and maintain. Reducing the height of lines can require a greater number of support structures and more vegetation clearance. With undergrounding lines, some people sometimes suggest is the solution that is very expensive and can still be very disruptive. And Mr. Wilson can speak further to this if you have any questions, but I understand that faults in underground lines can also take longer to fix, which can affect security of supply. So Transpower therefore supports Ms. Ratt's recommendation that the phrase "as far as practicable" is included in Objective 2, and I invite you to discuss with her whether she thinks it could equally be addressed through a policy, if that's the discussion that you've been having. Other submissions, whether it is necessary at the objective level.
Yes, what I do want to test with both her and you is impact of policy 4 of the PSET on objective. That policy that page 4. Sorry, not policy. Sorry, policy. Policy 3. So it's the policy that provides that the council must consider the constraints imposed on achieving measures to avoid remedy. So it seems to go to the sort of wording in NUO2, at least as far as the National Grid is concerned.
Sorry, I'm just making sure I've got the right. Are you talking about the
policy of the MPSET?
Policy 3.
Yes,
okay, I was looking at policy 3. Goes to Objective 4 of the plan.
Objective 2.
Oh, Objective 2.
Well, first of all, that's my question to you. Is there a direct link between policy 3 of the MPSET and NUO2 in the plan?
I think the difficulty is with the word while, as people, section 5 of the RMA have been struggling with for 30 years. So to my mind, it is possible to read Objective 2 as saying both of those things need to be achieved at the same time. You need to both avoid, remedy or mitigate and recognise functional need and operational need. And I'm concerned that if you were to take a sort of King Salmon approach to that objective, then you would say, well, there must be a way that you can do both of those things at the same time, and that is what that objective is driving towards.
Yes.
So that is the concern with Objective 2.
But legally, how do you reconcile that we do have King Salmon and Davidson?
And I have no concern with King Salmon. King Salmon actually supports the need to give effect to the national policy statement. It was more that the way they interpreted the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement was to say you must protect, protect is probably not the right directive, but protect natural character and landscapes, and you must also enable agriculture in that case. So the way to do that is to enable your agriculture somewhere where there are no important landscapes. That's how you achieve both of those things at the same time. And my concern with Objective 2 is that people would say, you need to both avoid, remedy, mitigate adverse effects on the environment, and we will acknowledge functional needs and positive effects, but that doesn't stop you needing to have to avoid, remedy, mitigate.
Just to supplement you on that, I guess what I was getting at was the addition of the words "as far as practicable" in Objective 2 gains support from Policy 3 in the MPSET for the National Grid only.
Yes.
There's no higher order support for that for network utilities in the wider sense.
I understand there is an RPS,
Is there?
and that's something which Ms. Rath can explain to you. I understand that there is support at the RPS level, and that's why she's chosen O2, because certainly if it was just a matter of relying on the MPSCT, then you would think that objective 4 would be the better location for that acknowledgement and more constrained.
Okay, that was the guts of my question. Yes, okay.
So I think I'm on to
5.5.
5.5. So on a related matter, Transpower also seeks the inclusion of a new policy that manages the effects of the national grid. The 42A report recommends this policy is rejected on the basis that it would duplicate matters already covered by NUP1, NUP5, and NUP6, and undermine or conflict with the overlay provisions. Ms. Ratt's evidence is that at present, the proposed plan does not adequately give effect to the MPCT, does not give effect in all respects. The Section 42A report reasons are not sufficient justification for a failure to give effect to the MPCT. Transpower's new policy would give effect to policies 2 through to 9, as it recognises the constraints on managing effects of the national grid, particularly for upgrading and development. Finally, on the question of national grid effects, Transpower supports Ms. Ratt's position in response to the amendments sought to NUP4. In particular, because clause 3, would require the undergrounding of network utilities in new areas of urban development, which is often not appropriate for the national grid. The difficulties of undergrounding transmission lines are outlined in Mr. Wilson's evidence. Further, the operational and technical constraints of the national grid mean it will not always be practicable to comply with clauses 4 and 5. So these are clauses which require visual effects to be mitigated through landscaping, and also the adoption of sensitive design to integrate network utilities within the site and existing built form. Just the scale of the national grid can make that difficult. If the new national grid specific policy NUPX is adopted, then NUP4 would not require amendments, as the national grid specific policy would prevail. So you'll see the national grid specific policy has includes a clause indicating that it would prevail over not just provisions in other chapters, but also within this one. But if the new policy is not adopted, then Transpower supports the evidence of Ms. Ratt that P4 should not apply to the national grid, and further amendments to the proposed plan would be required as well to ensure the MPs was given effective. So that's just the discussion with the chair earlier this afternoon. So my last topic, national grid yards and corridors. Transpower sought amendments to NUP6 to accurately give effect to the MPSCT policies 10 and 11. I just note, I have read through the legal submissions for Kāinga Ora. I was on a plane when Mr. Matheson was presenting, so I haven't heard all of his points, but I would like to take the opportunity to respond to a few of them. The legal submissions say the policies most relevant to the corridors are policies 11 and 12, but Transpower's submission is that policy 10 is very important. These amendments suggested by Transpower will improve clarity and ensure there is a policy direction for activities within the national grid substation corridor, as well as intensive indoor primary production activities and controls on earthworks within the national grid yard. While the Section 42A report accepted several of Transpower's amendments, does not go quite far enough to adequately affect the MPSCT. So there is substantial agreement with the 42A report. These are more minor errors.
Now, I thought it would be useful to firstly just remind you of the difference between the National Grid Yard and corridor, and I wonder if it might be possible to give the commissioners. This is an extract from the Transpowers submission, which just includes the text, the definition of these two. So the underlining and strike through is the amendments that was sought in Transpower submissions. It's just an extract out of that submission.
Get the Christine to put that up on the screen,
Yes.
just so that
others
can also see it.
It was just emailed to her this afternoon. So. Yeah.
Magic, thank you, Christine.
So as I said, the red underlining and strike through shows the amendments which were sought by Transpower in its submission. These have just been extracted out of the submission. And it's really just to in particular draw the distinction between the National Grid Yard and the corridor. These concepts were actually accurately described by Mr. Michael Campbell for Kaingaora in response to a question which the Commissioner McMahon asked earlier today. So it's useful, I guess, for you to know that we're all on the same understanding about the two purposes of these planning mechanisms. The National Grid Yard and corridor perform different functions, and they have different rules associated with them. So the yard is a smaller area, and here it is 12 metres in any direction from the centre line of the overhead line, as well as around a support structure, so a pole or a tower. So that's on the left, and you'll see if you looked at rule 37 that there were particular rules relating to the National Grid Yard. So they regulate things such as that's not correct. 38 sensitive activities, buildings for sensitive activities within the National Grid Yard. And so the rule provides a non-complying activities for particular sensitive activities within the National Grid Yard. That aligns with National Policy Statement Policy 11 in particular, which discusses sensitive activities. And so that's quite a restrictive rule. It's a non-compliant rule. Then there's the National Grid subdivision corridor, and that is a wider corridor. So you can see that in the sense that the diagram on the right-hand side of the page has a green shaded area with an arrow pointing up to the top corridor. And that subdivision corridor is a different width depending on the size or the voltage of the line. Mr. Wilson can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that generally speaking, the bigger the voltage, the bigger the line, therefore the bigger the corridor. And the subdivision corridor is performing a different function to the yard. It's not just regulating sensitive activities. In particular, it responds to policy 10 of the NPSCT. So its purpose is to help avoid reverse sensitivity effects on the national grid and also ensure that the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the electricity transmission network is not compromised. And it does that by having a less restrictive rule framework associated. So I take you up to Rule 36, R36. Subdivision of land within the subdivision corridor is restricted discretionary where particular matters, qualifying matters are satisfied. And that is as stringent as it gets, restricted discretionary. And so I thought it was important to draw a distinction between these two planning mechanisms because, as Kāinga Ora clarified this morning, their concern is with the subdivision corridor. I do not understand them to have any concern with the national yard. Good to have those distinctions.
So Mr. Matheson's evidence was quite colourful in this regard. It talks about the fact that the council is taking a cookie cutter approach and very wide yards up to 74 metres. It's called sort of sterilised, and that there's probably quite a bit of fat in that.
Yes, that's
and
not accepted.
so that yeah, this is a conflict between agencies that operate under different policy statements. So we're going to have to make a call on that, and we will certainly be interested in Mr. Wilson's evidence because he's really the only expert we have to help us with this from a technical perspective.
Yes, Mr. Wilson is on notice that you have questions for him.
Yes, great.
It's not accepted that the Transpower is taking a cookie cutter approach, or that there is fat in the system, and my submission, restricted discretionary, does not sterilise the land. It only applies in relation to subdivision. And Mr. Campbell can explain to you how people in his team that receive these applications elsewhere, what they do with that to ensure a good planning outcome.
Yes.
When they get these types of applications.
Okay, thank you very much for the extract.
The Section 42A report recommended amending the wording of clause 7. I'm not sure about clause 7 of what. Mr. might be able to help me. Yeah, I seem to have forgotten the actual provision I'm talking about.
I do wonder if it's NUP6. Was that with regards to reverse sensitivity and the wording there?
What paragraph are you at? Are you at 6.2?
6.2, yes.
Clause 7 of NUP6.
P6. Yes, P6, clause 7 says avoid to the extent reasonably possible the potential for reverse sensitivity effects on the national grid. Now this is quite a fine distinction I'm making here. So direction is that the effects are avoided to the extent reasonably possible. However, the national policy statement applies the extent reasonably possible not to the effects management, but to the management. So the district plan provision. So if I can take you to policy 10 in the NPSET. In achieving the purpose of this Act, decision makers must, to the extent reasonably possible, manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects. So to the extent it is reasonably possible for you as decision makers to manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, then that is what the NPS directs. So it's not avoid reverse sensitivity effects to the extent reasonably possible, but to manage activities to the extent reasonably possible. And so Transpower's submission is just that it is reasonably possible for you to manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects using the district plan, and that qualifying phrase is in the wrong place in P6 clause 7, because that seems to suggest that there will be times when you don't need to avoid potential reverse sensitivity effects.
This was a reason I'd quite like you to check the strategic objectives interim guidance. Because we have talked to staff on day one. I think this canon doesn't support, and there's an IE2, which is a new strategic objective we've sort of carved out of the originally in one of the urban sections, where we are suggesting in the interim guidance an avoid approach to reverse sensitive effects on network utilities. So that seems to call where you're heading with this. But we've already had evidence from staff that they are not supportive of that, and will be making that clear in their right of reply.
Could I just say I'm not making any recommendations on Transpower's submissions, just due to the conflict of interest with Boffa School. So Jacob Stenner is the reporting officer for all of Transpower's submissions, just to make that clear.
Slightly discrete
areas.
Yeah. So I can see looking at policy 10 there at the MPS, there possibly is some change that wording that would be warranted.
Okay, so only in relation to the national grid, not the broader.
I think it's different.
Yes, yes, all right. And I am aware of the fact that Mr. Stenner's council has carved out the reporting responsibilities on this aspect. Okay, but yeah, so it doesn't change the fact that obviously the way we are suggesting the strategic objectives are set up.
Yes, I'll still look at that. But it does seem here that because this is a national grid specific policy, that might allow for a more targeted.
Yes, and the rest of the utilities could
still have a different approach if that was warranted.
Yes, that's great. Thank you for that.
Couple of questions from me. Ms. McIndoe, in respect to policy 10 of the MPS, are you suggesting that that's a plan making policy first and foremost, as opposed to a consenting type policy, if you like? Is that what you're suggesting?
It's both. My submission, it does say decision makers, so my submission would be that it applies both at the plan making stage as well as at the consenting stage.
In terms of your further submissions, when you go back and look at the interim guidance, it would be interesting to see if you think from a wiring perspective that the strategic objectives talk to the objectives and the policies and the rules, that there's a clear link here, or whether there are, to use an electricity analogy, some breakages or some resistance.
A fault in the line.
Yeah. That doesn't have to be in a diagrammatic form. It can be done in a tabular form through columns, but sometimes it's useful to illustrate a particular point through a wiring diagram.
Mr. Transpower's electrical engineers will be very familiar.
I know, I was going to say, engineer will be very excited about that one.
Thank you. Carry on.
Right, so existing access. Transpower also supports the amendments described in the evidence of this draft to policy, sorry, that should be rules, NU R32 and R33, And these amendments would recognise existing vehicle access to Transpower structures. So if I can just,
Sorry, I've lost that. Where are we?
6.3. And the point, the issue is whether just access is protected or whether existing access is protected. So Mr. Wilson's evidence describes that in order to undertake maintenance work, access to National Grid must be retained. Existing access is usually the most suitable, as it was generally used to construct the line. And there may be added delays such as dismantling fences or removing vegetation if a new route is decided on without Transpower's consultation. Giving landowners the flexibility to change access locations without advising Transpower. So this is as a permitted activity, may not provide sufficient or suitable access to the National Grid structures. Limited access may prevent Transpower from meeting its obligations as a lifeline utility and could compromise the National Grid, which would be contrary to policy 10 of the NGCT. So Mr. Wilson can expand on this. The concern is that there may be a fault and a need to access the lines in the middle of the night or whenever. And if the access has changed and Transpower hasn't been advised of that. And then finally, the issue of variable corridors. So Transpower has considered the evidence lodged for Kainga Ora, which recommends that the extent of the National Grid subdivision corridor be variable so that it reflects the actual maximum extent of the conductor swing for each span of the National Grid lines in the district, rather than the 95th percentile swing. And Mr. Campbell showed you photos of shared his screen to show the Auckland Unitary Plan, and his evidence also contains diagrams indicating that. So Transpower does not support a variable corridor within New Plymouth, and that's because for a number of reasons. So firstly, Mr. Wilson will explain that the corridors sought in New Plymouth do fairly reflect the likely extent of conductor swing in the district. If the conductor swing is more precisely mapped in the proposed plan, this is unlikely in his view to reduce the extent of land within the subdivision corridor for all spans. Indeed, more precise mapping could lead to new land being affected, as the current corridors are based on the 95th percentile span. So he's the right person to explain that to you. Second, the nature of the land within the subdivision corridor is quite different to that in Auckland, which is the only place in New Zealand with a variable subdivision corridor. Ms. Rapp can advise the panel at the hearing of the nature of the properties which are traversed by the National Grid lines in New Plymouth and their zoning. Although I note that Mr. Campbell also showed you those parts of the district plan screen. As I've said already, in many instances, the subdivision corridor will impose no additional obligations or costs on landowners. The corridor simply triggers the requirement for a resource consent process so that matters of safety, building location, access, and reverse sensitivity can be assessed. Consent is already required by other rules, and in some instances will already have a restricted discretionary activity status.
We talked to First Gas yesterday about their wish to have broader setbacks around the gas transmission corridor on the basis that they would like to do risk assessments associated with any change of land use as it might affect their safety standards, which are all about emergency management and looking at not creating harm on neighbours and individuals. And it was an interesting discussion because they do these risk assessments themselves. And we asked them that if such a discretionary activity RD process was triggered and there was a risk assessment needed, it would need to be first gas experts that would do that assessment. And they suggested that they would carry on doing these assessments, so the applicant wouldn't have to employ the cost and trouble of employing another expert to try and do the first gas risk assessment. So they seem to be comfortable to go ahead with that. But is this a similar situation, or?
Mr. Campbell's probably the best person to respond to that.
Yes.
My understanding is that there can be a cost to the landowner from having to do an assessment.
Yes.
That assessment would be just like any other cost that a landowner would have to incur when they develop their land around the constraints that already exist on their land.
Yes.
But in terms of a consenting cost, so regardless of the planning framework, the landowner will need to satisfy themselves of the safety of the activity they carry out and would bear the costs associated with that.
This goes to Mr. Matheson's legal submissions that their MPS drives efficient land use and maximising growth and opportunity. And he was, I don't really want to paraphrase him, you need to look at his evidence, his submissions as they stand, but it was this idea that, if, and it's been around since the RA has been in place and previously, that if someone's private land, should either own it or designate it and have those abilities to for landowners to actually have recourse to some of the provision in the RMA about requiring purchase or some sort of compensation. So it's a big issue.
Well, it's no different to any other planning constraints.
Yes.
And that they all do constrain what landowners can do on their land. And if the landowner was to keep doing what they're currently doing, there would be no constraint. It's only the landowner's choice to change the use of their land through a subdivision, a particular type of use, that triggers an additional cost for them.
Yes.
And that cost is for their safety and also for the benefit of New Zealand that relies on the national grid. So in that sense, it's not really any different to any other district plan provision. It also constrains what people can do on their land.
I suppose I'm thinking about future urban areas. Councils made choices to set aside future urban zones on the basis of all of the constraints, including the fact that there's transmission lines coming through some of those. So it's a planned areas know what the current constraints are. So the plan making sense. I can see your point.
And it's the future urban zone because, as Mr. Campbell admitted, actually there's very few areas where the national grid lines traverse urban areas in New Plymouth. Mostly they skirt around the edges. There are a few instances of future urban zone land or land which is proposed to be zoned future urban, and the lines already go over that land. Transpower is not challenging that rezoning, simply saying that when that land is developed, so in a way which is mindful of the transmission lines, and prompt a discussion with Transpower about that, how that might be most efficiently done. So it's not taking a no development approach. It's not a non-complying activity status.
Yes.
It's quite different to the grid, the yard, sorry, where Transpower's references to provide a more black and white, I guess, to provide more certain guidance to landowners about what it is and isn't acceptable. Subdivision can take many forms, and so restricted discretionary is an acceptance that Transpower should have an input on some elements which are relevant to the line.
Yes. Okay, thank you for those submissions.
So I was down in the last sentence of C. So it's submitted that the provisions are reasonable given the importance of subdivision for laying the blueprint for future development. The precision suggested by a variable width subdivision corridor is illusory. Issues of safety, access and reverse sensitivity don't disappear on the outer edge of the conductor swing. They simply reduce as distance from the national grid increases. In those instances where the corridor extends beyond the actual conductor swing, so it might be, for example, near the towers, because the conductor would be swinging out less far at that point. The corridors will still operate to manage the effects of land use change. So as Mr. Wilson can explain, actually we're at the opposite end of the spectrum to having fat in the system, or whatever Mr. Matheson's phrase was, fat baked in, I think it's
Fat baked in.
Actually, there's no fat baked in here. In fact, 5% of conductor spans fall outside of the subdivision corridor. So it's already pretty tight. The precision could also be problematic if any tower heights are increased or structures replaced, as would be permitted by the NECETA. In this situation, a plan change would be required to correct the corridor location. The work required to update a variable corridor would be far greater than that for a standard corridor. So it's accepted that even a plan change might be consequential upon a line movement anyway. If you want the plan to line up with the actual line, which we do, then that's regardless of whether it's variable or not. But if it is a variable line, then the work involved would be great. A variable corridor would also be difficult for landowners to identify on the ground, as it would change along the line length and could be a series of circular and elliptical shapes, as was shown in the example appended to Mr. Campbell's, Mr. Michael Campbell's evidence, and also as he showed on the screen this morning. This difficulty would impose additional costs on landowners. By comparison, the subdivision corridor recommended in the 42A report and supported by Transpower could be identified simply by measuring horizontally at a 90-degree angle from the centre of the national grid line. And lastly, the purpose of the subdivision corridor is not to manage the effects of the national grid, but to manage the effects of land use change. It's therefore appropriate that landowners who wish to undertake that change bear some responsibility for showing at the time of the developments that the effects of the developments will be safe and workable. And I'm not aware of any evidence from Kainga Ora about any particular developments which they wish to undertake from to assess the real world context of the concerns that they raise. With respect to
Kainga Ora are championing not only their own developments, but the market as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are. With respect, Mr. Michael Campbell's evidence appears to be focused more on establishing a precedent for variable corridors outside of Auckland. And I understood him to confirm that today, rather than establishing that they're the most appropriate way to give effect to the NPCT in this district. I don't need to remind you that, unfortunately, perhaps unfortunately, you're not in a position to be able to make decisions about what should happen nationally.
Well, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. So to conclude, Transpower supports the proposed plan, subject to the amendments detailed in Ms. Ratt's evidence. Plymouth is one of New Zealand's key districts for energy production and use, and the National Grid must support this. With the amendments supported by Ms. Ratt, the proposed plan will give effect to all three aspects of the NPCT, and to recognise and provide for the benefits of the National Grid, recognise and provide for its effective operation, maintenance, upgrading and development while managing the effects of these activities in the nuanced way set out in the NPCT, and finally to protect the National Grid from reverse sensitivity and the effects of others. to take any additional questions.
Three from me. Firstly, in relation to Rule 36, which is one you were just discussing before you concluded, what's the policy guidance for that in the proposed plan? Presumably, it's not the new NUPX because that's about effects of the national grid. Is it?
It's,
is it P6?
no, it's 6, I think.
Yeah, P6.
Yes.
Yes. And you, Ms. Ratt's comfortable with that with the exception of clause 7?
That's right. I think as I foreshadowed at the start, really the subdivision corridor provisions which have been recommended in the 42A report, that they almost get there.
Yeah. Yes. Second question, this is a really useful graphic. Thank you for providing it. The provisions are derived from the NPS, the dimensions from the different size lines, whether the poles, towers or transmission lines. But that comes directly from the NPS, presumably.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Mr. Wilson can talk to you about how those distances were derived. The NPSCT doesn't stipulate the particular corridor widths. That's been a process which Transpower has developed. And you would have seen this morning from Mr. Michael Campbell, he showed you the two different, the notified version of the Auckland Unitary Plan and then the decision version that there has been change.
Yes. Okay, well, let's reserve that question for Mr. Wilson. Third matter, I just wonder, and it's something that Ms. Ratt might want to comment on, is right at the beginning of your submissions, you distinguished between the three components of the UPSCT, the enabling, effects of, and effects on, and then I guess you went on to elaborate on that during the course of your submissions. It would be useful for the panel to actually see that in diagrammatic form in terms of which are the various objectives and how they flow through in terms of those three functions.
Yes.
Except there will be some overlap.
Yes, there's a lot of overlap. That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
but yes.
Particularly to understand why to understand the need for a PX, new policy PXs. And how the words in NU 02 would apply not only to the national grid but also to all network utilities. I was going down a line there that maybe there was only by direction for the national grid, but you've reminded me that the RPS might provide by direction to extend that beyond the national grid to all network utilities.
So I'm just, would it be okay if I just repeated what I think is the question to make sure I've got that right? So a diagram showing the division, if you like, between the policies and the NPS benefits, effects on and effects of, how the policies can be divided into those three categories, as well as how the new policy PX maps against those.
Yes. Really a diagram that shows how, in your view, proposed plan gives effect to the NPS through the strategic objective, the objective and the key objectives in the utility plan and the policies and rules that fit under those, so that we can see whether there's any gaps in malfunctions. That would, I mean, I know Chair and I are very visual people. I think there's a term for that.
Visual spatial.
Yeah, and that would be a really useful graphic if it's possible.
You might have to get the skills of Mr. Wilson with his wiring diagram expertise to try and manage that complexity. Just for clarity, so you're looking at the proposed provisions?
Yes, the proposed provisions, and I guess where there needs to be, where the submitted beliefs needs to be changed, that should be immediately obvious in terms of some of the loops or the absence of loops in that diagram.
Thank you. We should talk about timing of that request, because the normal order is it's 2 weeks after the close of the hearing we get a right reply, so that's going to be quite important. We have been quite flexible about those right reply timings, so you should let us know what sort of time you might need to produce that.
Yeah, I guess I'll need to work with Mrs.
Yes.
Sorry, with Ms. Rapp.
Yes.
So I would have thought we could turn around in a week. I'm conscious that we don't want to push the reply into the Christmas period, and that would still allow a week.
Okay, so for a week from today, and if you could come back to us with this homework we're giving you in terms of the various issues, that would be very helpful. Just file it through the hearing as administrator and we'll pick it up. Thank you, David, that's a good idea. We have been quite fulsome with time, and that's important because this is an important session for Transpower. We'll obviously go after 5 o'clock, but I presume we'll just go until we need to. So is that the preference?
6 o'clock flight.
You're on a 6 o'clock flight out.
Which is the last flight of the day.
Oh, okay.
But
we can stay.
You're almost going to have to leave now to meet that.
Really? Already checked in.
Chair's had experience with
Heading to the airport with the single crossing across the river. So look, I think we do need a comfort stop, I think.
Yes.
let's
So
just
how
take
about I
that.
see if I can make arrangements to travel back in the morning.
I think that would be good. So let's have a 10-minute break, see what arrangements you can make, and we'll come back at 22:05. Thank you very much.
My apologies.
Thank you. I'll just go through my evidence here, summary, and I'll add a section verbally with regards to progress and update on our projects in Taranaki and our engagement with Mana Whenua, and to give us a context, a local context. As you've already heard through Nicola, Transpower is a state-owned enterprise. I think you're quite familiar now what our assets are in this region and why we're here. What we do is plan, build, maintain, as well as own and operate the system, the power system. And we carry a national grid. We have 12,000 kilometres of lines, 167 odd substations around the entire country. And New Zealand as an economy relies heavily on Transpower providing a secure and reliable supply of electricity. And also now within, I guess, a decarbonised future going forward, we're a very important player in what does a decarbonised energy sector look like, and how do we connect to renewables. Point 7 there, Transpower is a lifeline utility provider and relies on planning frameworks to ensure our operations around maintenance operations, upgrading and developing the national grid can occur efficiently and effectively. The location of existing national grid assets in New Plymouth and future projects. Within the New Plymouth region, there's approximately 122 kilometres of line, and we own 3 substations and a switching station, of which are designated. As a national grid, we continue to invest in the region. It was mentioned earlier that Taranaki is an energy hub within the country. We're very mindful of that. And to ensure capacity and resilience, we have several projects and investigations underway designed to improve capacity, efficiency, resilience, and respond to changes in electricity supply and demand.
Christine, I wonder, we're getting a lot of noise. It's just a little distracting. You can see what's going on. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
That's all right. proposed district plan protects existing national grid assets and supports their continued use, as well as providing flexibility for the national grid to adapt to changes in electricity supply and demand, including the need to connect to new forms of electricity generation. And just at this point, I'll just add a verbal section with regards to an update on our projects currently underway. And they range from maintenance projects through to larger scale projects. And there's some further ones in South Taranaki, which are bigger projects, but it's all part of, because we're an integrated national grid, we can't do one without the other. From a maintenance side, we've got Huarangi substation upgrade in the north of New Plymouth here, which is a pretty simple project of new feeders, cables and trenching, working with Powerco. However, it's a small project for maintenance, but it's an important one for us to engage local mana whenua with Te Atiawa and deal with the local hapu there with regards to the wider context of where our substation sits, and essentially bring Powerco on that journey with us. And so we consult with mana whenua on that project to work through the consenting issues, as well as as part of our ongoing partnership within Taranaki. A bigger one more recently is the Plymouth Exit project, where we had to leave the port, which means dismantling our substation and taking our kit away because it was on the port's land and they wanted us gone. And the substation there had a 220 kV line, which if you look at appendix, it shows appendix C of my evidence in chief. If the southernmost line is a 220 kV line, which did go to the port, or that one does still, the substation, you've got a substation, and then we've removed the substation, and there was a 110 kV line, the one just further north from that with the orange, yellow-orange glow around it. What's the 110 kV line? We've removed, since we removed the port substation, we've had to join the two lines together at the port, and then run that whole line now as 110 kV from to Carrington Street. And so that was one project on its own, remove the substation, then join those two lines together as a temporary measure. And now we've gone through a route option area exercise to determine where should we join these two lines. And option 2 in this diagram shows this is the final location, was Tower 8 to Tower 8 from both lines. We're now joining them there. Council last week approved that resource consent under the NES for us. So we'll commission that work, we'll start that work early new year, have it commissioned by August next year. And then that project will then lead on, we need to decommission the two lines going back to the port and remove those in their entirety. And what does that look like? Is it including excavations for removal of foundations or not? So we work closely with Te Atiawa, Taranaki, Iwi, and the two mana whenua being Ngāti Te Whiti and Ngāti Tairi on that project, and working through, we agreed to do a combined CIA for that project, which has worked really well. And now we're into this next phase of how do we decommission these assets. One of the Tower 2 next to the substation is actually on Paratutu rock. So not on the top of it, but it's on the side of it. And you can imagine, so as well as being landscape, significant natural area, it's got cultural values, it's to a scale of, it's an unusual foundation design as well for that one, for whatever reason back in the day. And we're looking at probably 800 cubic meters of earthworks to remove that tower, which is significant on that location. So we're looking at options and working with all those you have just mentioned. What's the best way to do it? Do we helicopter the tower off? Do we leave the foundations in the ground and use this as a plinth for something else? Do we remove them? So we'll just work with iwi to work out what's the solution that works for all of us. And for our mind, and because we up here quite a bit, we're building a partnership with iwi. It's like what the outcome suits them best is what we'll do for Paratutu. For the others to charge over Spotswood, well, it's a win-win. They become free of transmission lines built over residential areas. The 220 kV lines over industrial land, the tank farm, that area, and so that's not going to affect them too much, but it releases the yield of the land, which is a good thing.
Yes.
And another example near T8 of that's option 2 box is, I'm just jumping around a bit here, sorry. It's the third party queries about subdivision corridors. There's a subdivision recently in New Plymouth up there at Honeyfield Drive. If you have time, it'd be great to go and have a look. It's a new subdivision. They've built their road network completely within our yard because it's not a sensitive activity. So they designed their road and cul-de-sacs within the transmission corridor, and all the houses are outside the yard. And so they've still maximised the yield of the yard.
I was actually going to ask a question about that because when we were talking, it was Mackendale, that sort of from a subdivision design point of view, obviously that's an obvious opportunity. So maybe we do have a bit of spare time, Jacob. We might go and have a look at that. Or you could probably just point us where we go and we'll go for a drive one day. But that's
Honeyfield Drive, away that's
Honeyfield Drive. Okay, we'll take a note of that. Just a question about the previous project. So obviously New Plymouth Power Station is no longer there. Port has bought the land, and it's why that substation and those line lengths is not needed. So the port just gets serviced off the normal Powerco network, obviously.
Yes, I think it's a 33 kV feeder, isn't it? Up to Carrington Street. Yeah, 33 kV cable to the port from Carrington Street.
So Powerco, yeah, you mentioned Powerco before. They have a new chief executive who I happen to know very well. Very interested in these sort of matters and also relationships. So if you are around about, thinking about the Powerco interactions, might be an opportunity to say hello. James Kilty, his contact as a new CEO. So
okay, that'd be good.
Would be quite a good. Yeah, just by the way, James Kilty, Kilty.
That's a quick summary of the sensitivities around leaving our stuff in the ground and not as well when we decommission is just something we're working through at Transpower.
Yes.
How we can repurpose things, minimise earthworks. The next, so back to my written summary, the APA tool, paragraph 11. The APA model is what we use to essentially upgrade for, it's mainly for a major transmission line, the NIGUP project, North Aqueduct project use that tool, the Wairaki Ring project, which is Woodmonters use that tool. It's been cross-referenced in a number of board inquiry decisions. But our process of the Transpower is very prescribed. We have to find out what the need for a project is first, then go through a power system planning scenario optioneering exercise. Should it be a 220 kV line, two 220 kV lines, a 400 kV line, lots of 110 kV lines? Should it be some HVDC versus AC? And so we do the power system planning to come up with a technical solution. Once we have a technical solution, then we comes to us and we front foot the site selection route methodology process, which follows the APA tool, which has consultation built into it, which is the starting with that whole constraint mapping exercise up front with ecological, archaeological, significant natural areas, district plan overlays, all the lifeline utilities, EV sites, anything that's mapped essentially in this GIS data goes into an overlay to start to look at areas of least constraint. And we try and then pick corridors through that. And that corridor, sorry, this comes back to Appendix C, highlights that we had multiple corridors. We had 5 corridors identified for this New exit project. The further south we went, the larger the corridors got, which then increases the cost, increases the number of landowners. So that starts to increase the property degree of difficulty. but it still might benefit on the least land use, farming impact or ecological, archaeological. In this case, we're quite lucky. Tower T8 to T8 literally just joined together. You know, it's not a new line; it's new poles to join them. But the constraint mapping exercises are good tool to identify corridors, and then we find routes within those corridors, and we follow the engineering principles, electric field, magnetic field, portable widths that look at conductor swing, wind, and we purchase an easement as well. So we have a property right for our designation width, so it's completely covered. So the designation gives us the RMA right, and the property right gives us the full property right, and the landowner is fully compensated.
Yeah, it's a very strong methodology. I certainly used it myself and adapted it for other projects. Certainly in my experience, when you get to the MCA process, I'm not sure whether you do this, but yeah, including community iwi actually in that MCA decision-making process alongside the other experts can add some real strength. So I think that's an evolution of where I've got to in my practice anyway. Traditionally, the technical experts sitting in a room and then coming along with a very narrow shortlist. Quite often it's useful to have a broader range of people thinking about the wider issues. But it's all a pure process, but I'm very familiar with it. I think it is a very strong methodology.
I agree, and the MCA process is good too, because it does bring in a wider group in a room to challenge and go through that scoring and weighting, the next step of weighting and how you apply that weighting. Yeah, and your outcomes generally, we do, the preferred outcome is 90% of the time we follow. Yes. Sometimes it might be the property side which becomes the fatal flaw for us, because we don't own any land. So that might, the property deal might fall out as we go to the second next.
Be the fatal flaw. Yes. That's great. Thank you.
So I sort of covered off the acre there. Down to paragraph 15, pattern of development for the future. And this goes back to what as McIndoe's raised with regards to regulation of subdivision and the National Grid. The Neighbourhood Council is going to affect policies 10 and 11 of the NPS and manage the potential effects of subdivision on the operation, maintenance, upgrade and development of the National Grid. And another example we could show about the difference between the yard and the corridor is that you can still, we're looking at where your building platform was identified in the corridor. So if it's in the yard, we look at it from a given planning, yes, no, it's pretty much your yes or no. If it's in the corridor, it's a house, it's yes, it's fine. But can it comply with our health and safety regulations? And it's ECP 34, which stands for Electrical Code of Practice 34, which has the requirements, and that factors in the conductor swing, which Mr. Wilson can expand on. But you can still have a house anywhere in the corridor, multiple houses, as long as they comply with ECP 34, and we maintain access to our tower to do maintenance. So it's not reducing yield. It might reduce the size and scale of the house, so it meets conductor swing. So instead of 3 stories at mid-span, it might have to be 2 stories or 1 story, whatever. So if you go back a certain distance, you'll get the height back. But you can still have a lower density dwelling right within the zone.
So it's always a means given the nature of the particular case.
Correct, yes. And then we'll assess it on those merits. And it's a little bit like you apply for a resource consent before you apply for a building consent. You apply to us to see, can you do it? And we go, yes, that's fine, subject to a technical assessment that you can apply at the ECP 34. So it's like a 2-pronged attack. So we get the yes up front, so you know your project's got legs. It's not, so it's worth investing in the next step, which might cost a couple of $1,000 to a technical assessment, because the specialist engineers that do X, Y, and Z.
A couple of thousand, yeah.
When this for residential development.
Yes. Okay, no, it's good to understand.
16, so that's 17.
Yeah, good up to 17. The proposed district plan needs to establish rules to avoid future adverse effects on national grid infrastructure. And given the significance of the issues involved, the directives of the NPS, a proactive approach is appropriate. The evidence of going to order suggests that a variable national grid subdivision corridor should be included in the proposed district plan, rather than the standard corridors included in the notified version of the proposed district plan. Transpower does not support this approach because A, it is inefficient. Collecting the information for individual transmission line spans across the district to allow it to be mapped in the manner that Kāinga Ora proposes will be costly and time consuming, and in many instances there is no development pressure to justify the cost. That cost will be ultimately borne by all electricity users in New Zealand, given the way Transpower is funded. B, by comparison, it will be more efficient for individual landowners who wish to subdivide their land to consider the particular spans impacted by their subdivision and include this information in their resource consent application. This allows a more targeted assessment in circumstances where a resource consent is required anyway. And C, the only place in New Zealand with a variable national corridor width is Auckland. This is a result of a mediated outcome and takes into account the existing extensive underbuild in Auckland and the nature of the transmission assets in that district. There is substantially less existing underbuild in Auckland. And if you wish, I'm happy to talk about how we process third-party queries. I'll get to questions with the panel.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamar.
I don't have anything. That's fine.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions. Firstly, your page 4 of your evidence in chief handled. Looking at your point B at the top of page 4, and this is about New Zealand needing to have even more reliance on electricity, given the legislation we have about decarbonising the economy. Is there any elaboration you could give us? Projections, growth. Taranaki has been an energy centre for New Zealand, but its main resources are oil and gas in terms of energy. It probably doesn't go to anything we need to determine. It's probably more out of interest about, obviously, large industry moving to electricity-based heat generation rather than coal and boilers and things. It seems to me that there's a lot of work to do in the space for your thinking about the future for your business.
Yeah, absolutely correct. We have a strategy team at Transpower with a strategy GM and produced a publication called Te Mauru Hiko, which is our future planning scenario. So it's a whole of scenario planning options of what does a renewable grid look like, and how do you get to be 100% or 95% of the targets the government has set. Taranaki, Northland have been identified, I guess, in a broader picture as potentially renewable energy zones going forward. There's lots of interest by generators to inject into the national grid for renewable energy. Solar is now essentially as cost effective as wind and much cheaper to install. You can imagine you can almost literally drive a flat deck truck to a farm and install solar panels on the ground. As opposed to trying to get a wind turbine. So it's an economic scales argument, and we don't know what the generators do because that they keep that close to their chest as the market competitors. But we do know that's where the interest is. It's solar and it's wind. And I guess the central North Island band from Taranaki right through to Hawke's Bay is it's a source of fuel for that. Solar can be anywhere depending on, so it's got sun, so anywhere in the North Island is going to be suitable for solar. That's the scale people want to go at. Do they go commercial or small?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. So is that a recent document?
Yes, Te Mauru Hiko. We can send the link through. It's a Transpower. It sort of is our strategic document, but it's our conceptual scenario planning document. So we can send that through, no problem at all.
Yes. So obviously offshore wind is in the horizon around New Zealand. So
yes. It's going to be interesting to see how they connect to national.
Yes, well, that's what I'm particularly interested about. Some of these questions I have about these SNAs, and they perhaps come ashore somewhere. There are choices, but yes. Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, it's about this mediated outcome for Auckland. I did ask Mr. Campbell about the fact that what I saw he showed us was a result of a massive amount of work, just to know how much these things take to do. And that was different place, different context. So this is what you're telling us, I think, in terms of the issues here in New Plymouth District.
A good way to probably just to scale and perspective, I think it's 150 kilometres of underbuild in Auckland.
Yes.
We've got 150 k's of line in New Plymouth District, full stop. And there's just 150 k's of underbuild alone. So yeah, it's an extensive problem up there.
Yes. Right. Well, thank you very much for attending and for your evidence. I think this sort of context evidence is always particularly important for these large issues we're dealing with. I really appreciate your time and very interesting evidence. Thank you.
And so the next witness for Transpower is Mr. Michael Wilson, who's hopefully considered on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, welcome.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
I thought he would be joining me on the plane. I have his summary, which has now been provided to me.
Yes. Hope you're not feeling too mouldy there, Mr. Wilson.
No, I thought I'd better keep my germs to myself though. So yeah. My name is Michael Wilson. I'm employed by Transpower New Zealand as a senior lines engineer within the tactical engineering team. I will proceed to summarize the key points from my engineering evidence that was submitted and then comment on submissions. So transmission lines. Transmission line components require ongoing inspection and routine maintenance. Physical access to transmission lines is required for all maintenance and project work and to ensure a safe, secure, and reliable electricity supply. A regulated transmission corridor is essential for providing adequate access and working space at the poles, towers, and midspan. Prudently designing buildings or activities with the transmission lines in mind, including beneath conductors, ensures vital national grid infrastructure is protected and can be maintained and upgraded. Underbuild can delay, restrict, or compromise the ability of Transpower to undertake maintenance or project work. When a system fault occurs, the national grid needs to be restored quickly to reduce impacts on businesses and communities throughout the New Plymouth District and beyond.
Mr. Wilson, could you just pause there? We're getting two audios here, one from you and one from outside. It's quite sort of disruptive. I wonder if just outside our room there's a bit of a public meeting place, and we're in this little cave here, and it can be quite distracting when you're trying to concentrate.
Okay.
So just pause for a moment. We'll sort that out. Thank you, Christine. I was getting about the same volume from either side, so thank you, Mr. Wilson, for driving there. Will you carry on?
Yep, thank you. Number 7, restoring supply becomes challenging if transmission lines are difficult to access due to intensive developments that may be constructed underneath or around them. undergrounded transmission lines can have significantly longer restoration times. Regulating third-party activities and risks. Transpower operates its assets as safely as possible, but there are risks due to the high voltages being carried on the network. Lethal electric shocks can be caused by earth potential rise, conductor drop, and flashovers. Hazards can be caused by trees coming into contact with overhead lines. Preventing sensitive and incompatible activities, houses and intensive development from establishing under transmission lines will assist the national grid to be reliable and safe while serving future generations. Transmission lines can cause concern or annoyance because of how they look, their mechanical or electrical noise, electrical interference, and perceived health effects. These effects can lead to requests for transpower to underground lines or relocate lines or to raise or lower conductors. Earthworks. Transpower seeks to manage earthworks to mitigate or at least significantly reduce the safety risks associated with them. Earthworks adjacent to towers or poles can undermine the stability of the structure foundations, causing the structure to lean or, worse, collapse. NZECP 34 compliant earthworks can still compromise support structure foundations and access for maintenance and operation of the national grid. National grid corridors. The 12-metre national grid yard is the area beneath the conductors in everyday wind conditions, being the conditions when line maintenance can be carried out. A 12-metre setback around each tower or support structure is also required for access, maintenance, and safety purposes. The wider national grid subdivision corridor is the area sought for subdivision, which extends to the width defined by the swing of the conductors in high wind conditions. The subdivision corridor is not just about safety. These areas are required to ensure that Transpower's maintenance, repair, upgrade, and operation activities are not compromised. A national grid substation corridor is sought for the Carrington Street and Huirangi substations. This corridor is to manage reverse sensitivity and other effects of any new sensitive activities around these sites. Variable corridor width approach response to evidence for Kāinga Ora. Kāinga Ora has suggested that the PDP take the same approach as the Auckland Unitary Plan, where the subdivision corridor changes along its length depending on voltage and the span between towers of each particular line. The variable width corridor approach was a mediated outcome of to Auckland. Auckland is unique in terms of the higher population density and the extent of the developed land traversed by the national grid transmission lines. Span lengths vary depending on topography, route selection, structural capacity, and the conductor characteristics for the particular line. The National Grid Subdivision Corridor is based on the 95th percentile span across New Zealand. In other words, the proposed corridor will contain the conductor swing in high wind conditions for 95% of the span lengths in New Zealand. Some of the spans in New Plymouth are longer than the 95th percentile, so a wider subdivision corridor may be justified for a variable corridor approach for those specific spans. Would you like me to give a bit more detail on how that 95th percentile corridor was developed?
Yes, I think we certainly would like whatever you can give us on that in terms of additional explanation or evidence. There seems to be, pardon the pun, some swings and roundabouts with this issue. So we'd like to understand it better.
Yep, sure, I can put more detail on that. So Transpower developed the corridor by analysing all the spans in span lengths in New Zealand and determine the distribution. After they discussed what the most appropriate percentile figure would be to choose, and this was discussed with the chief engineer and other engineering experts at the time, and they deemed that 95th percentile span length would be the most appropriate, because inclusion of the outliers, that remaining 5% of spans was not appropriate and would ultimately could potentially be too conservative. So after the 95th percentile was decided upon, the engineer created representative models for each structure type and voltage. So for example, you have single circuit 110 transmission line pole on poles, whereas you could have a 220,000 volt tower. So they have different analysis, different models for each of those. So on each of the models, a variety of the different conductors were modeled at typical tensions to cover Transpower's asset fleet. After which the models were run and the conductor swing or blowout was calculated for all the variations. Then once that blowout was determined, there was a 0.5 meter margin added. So that could be called the FAT maybe, to allow for construction tolerances, which is standard process, because some people say transmission lines aren't Swiss watches. And then all that data was crunched down to develop the corridors, which have been submitted to put in the plan. Do you have any questions around that?
Mike, I do. I'm interested in this process. Was that with the chief engineer and other engineers involved? Is that in a technical document, or and has it been peer reviewed? Just looking at the evidence basis for that.
We do have a memo. It was created in 2012. I'm unsure of the formal peer review process, but it was signed off or agreed with the chief engineer of Transpower at the time. I'm not sure if we can share that or not, but I don't think there's anything too controversial in it.
Yes, I think that's quite important, because this is an issue we'll need to turn our mind to, seeing we've got a contest with only one technical expert to rely on. So
yeah,
whatever comfort you could give us, that would be really good. And does the modelling take account of the different conductor types as well as the different voltages, or is there any difference between types of conductor?
Yes. So the different conductors have different weights and different diameters, so that affects how far they blow out under the high wind conditions. So yeah, a variety of conductors that are common on Transpower assets were modelled on the 95th percentile span length.
Yes.
Structure modelled. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's useful. I can feel the body language that Commissioner McMahon would like to ask some questions too.
Well, not necessarily about, certainly whatever additional evidence can be provided in support of that, not just the memorandum, but perhaps a commentary on the significance of the content of the 2012 document, so that we're not left to interpret it ourselves.
Thank you for that, that additional information, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I could carry on now. So point number 19, based on the transmission lines in the New Plymouth district, I consider that the subdivision corridor width is appropriate as the distribution of span lengths approximately aligns with the span lengths nationally. So I'm going to add a little bit on to that as well. So I did an analysis like Transpower did for the whole country. I did it for the New Plymouth district specifically. So I was prepared, I suppose. And so the outcome of that shows that for the 110 kV double circuit tower lines in New Plymouth district, the 95th percentile is 547 meters is the span length, whereas nationally it's 573. So I thought that was roughly similar. And interestingly, the 75th percentile in New Plymouth is actually higher than the national. And that 110 kV double circuit tower accounts for 3/4 of the lines in the New Plymouth district. And the 220 kV double circuit line, the New Plymouth Stratford, which is presently operating at 110, is the 95th percentile for that line is 533 versus the 95th percentile for national is 644. So that one's a little bit higher. But as I say in my next point, I don't think that's going to lead to too much restriction. So I'll finish my last point and we can have some more questions. So number 20, the subdivision corridor does not necessarily preclude development. It enables Transpower to have a conversation with parties who may restrict Transpower's ability to complete work on the lines, for example, by preventing access. The activities undertaken by these parties generally increase the risk of harm from Transpower assets. I prefer a cautious approach when dealing with people's safety, as many incidents have occurred when persons were unaware of the risks or did not have sufficient controls in place to minimize risk. Any questions?
Thank you, and I apologise, Michael, I called you Mark previously. Look, I do have a few questions, but I'll hand over to Commissioner McMahon, who leads the planning for us.
Okay. Well, I guess firstly, there was some technical detail that you were ad-libbing with there, Mr. Wilson. I tried to get it down, but I'm not sure that I've got it all recorded. The difference between the 95th percentile nationally and New Plymouth double circuit structures. I guess it would be useful if we could have that reduced to writing as a factual presentation, but also with a commentary that explains its implication of the so what question. I think I understand the point you're making, Mr. Wilson, that that really the New Plymouth situation is close to the national situation in terms of those figures that you quoted. But I guess I'd like to just see that in writing and not rely on my own scribbled notes.
Yeah.
The second question, and this is where the contestability comes, not at a technical level, but I guess at a planning and legal issue, to use Mr. Campbell for Kaiora's words, is whether the corridors that he's quoted in his legal submissions at 210, which are 16 metres for 110 kV lines, 32 metres for 110 kV lines on towers. So the first one was on pipe poles, and 37 metres for 220 kV transmission lines, which equate to 32, 64 and 74 metre corridors, which he says is a very wide space, especially when it runs through urban areas, whether there's case to be made for a differentiation based on rural environments or urban environments. I appreciate that, Mr. Wilson, that's a very simplistic question. And is that different? I guess the question I have for you is, if there isn't to be differentiation between urban and rural environments in terms of the width of the corridor, is that because that differentiation is already given as a result of the type of line and pole that goes through those environments?
The type of line and pole or tower.
Yes.
Sometimes we do have the large assets running through urban areas, especially in Auckland. So I wouldn't say that the type of structures necessarily dictates its zone where it goes through.
Okay, so the deciding factor is the infrastructure itself, which gives rise to the different spans, as opposed to the zone that it goes through. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, I think the infrastructure was in place before the
Yes.
zoning changed underneath it. So it's whatever the planners have done with their zoning has dictated what's under the structures. I'd say in most of the country, because it's generally not easy to build a transmission line over top of houses. And in dense urban, we like to avoid it if possible.
Okay, look, I'm not phrasing my questions very well. I'll try and keep it simple. The width of the corridor is a direct function of the nature of the infrastructure that was within that corridor. So the size of the tower. Yes. The surrounding environments, whether it's rural or urban, is really incidental to that.
Yes, correct.
The corridor.
That's correct.
That's the point you're trying to, or I'm trying to ascertain from you.
Yes, it's based on the size of the structure is primarily what dictates the width.
Yeah. So whilst there was a slightly nuanced response in Auckland, that was due to a particular set of circumstances, particular to that situation, and particularly the vast amount of underbuild that existed in relation to that in that location. And
yes,
it hasn't been replicated elsewhere in the country.
No, it has not. It's specifically for the Auckland Unitary Plan, due to the intense underbuild. Okay.
Another question, one that maybe I should have put to Mr. Campbell, but either of you can answer it. With the exit project that was referred to, will that mean that there'll be a reduction in the corridor through New Plymouth?
That means the current 220 kV line is running at 110 kV.
Okay.
So your
appendix
X, asset map appendix A.
Yes.
The most southern line, the orange line, is a 220 kV. It's now running at 110. So all the assets in New Plymouth are running at 110.
Yes.
But that line is 220 kV capable still.
Yes. So if I go to your appendix C, Mr. Campbell, on page 17, I can't remember what he called it. It's a tower 8 where the join occurs.
Yes.
North of there, I thought you were suggesting there would be line removal.
Correct.
And so will that be will that wait with corridor removal?
Correct.
Yes. So that was my question.
Yes.
And so is that already reflected in the notified plan, or is that a change that will be required to the notified plan?
It will be a change required.
Okay. So there will be a reduction on the spatial extent of the effect of the corridor rule in the plan as notified. Correct. Okay. Thank you. Just out of interest, what's the process for that?
Well, now that we've got the resource consent to do the connection
Under the NES.
T8 under the NES, that will be commissioned approximately August next year. We will want to start decommissioning after that.
Yes. Is it a Schedule 1 process though? Is that?
It will be, there'll be some consents required under our NES with regards to the removal of lines.
Yes.
And most of that's in relation to earthworks in a natural area.
Yes.
Are you talking about the
plan.
change to remove the corridors?
Yes.
Ms. Rick can talk to this.
Okay.
My understanding is the preference is that they're not actually met, and it's part of the rule and definition framework, so that if lines are removed, then the rules cease to apply. But she's
Okay. Interesting
better
approach.
person to talk to.
Yes. Okay. Just check my notes. No, I think that's all. I think there is some useful piece of evidence, though, that factual evidence with the commentary that will be useful to understand how Mr. Wilson sort of departed. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, you provided us some very high quality expert evidence. I'd like to commend you on that.
Thank you.
Very well written, and the use of the photographs and the very careful way you presented this is very much appreciated. I do have a few questions more out of interest to understand transmission speak, I suppose.
Yeah, no worries.
Because I'm quite interested in these technical issues. My first question really is about the, let's have a look. Take you to that. Yes, 16 on the top of your paragraphs on page 6.
Yes.
You're talking about the greater use of drones, and you've used helicopters for a long time, but has there been a step change in just the ability to utilise drones in both inspections and modelling, and has that changed the business a lot?
We're in the process of implementing a lot of that change. So our service providers are making use of drones for a lot of their tower and conductor inspections nowadays, rather than climbing up the structure and taking photos. They can just fly a drone up and have a look, and yeah, so it's definitely the future. A lot more drone inspection. We're still doing our large surveys of like entire transmission lines with the helicopter, because the equipment required for that is quite heavy at this point in time. But yeah, drones are happening, and it's a fast moving field.
Yes, thank you for that. The term grillage, enlighten me on that.
Yes, so it's like, I suppose, think of a barbecue grill.
Oh, right.
It's bolted to the bottom of the tower leg, and it relies on when the tower leg's pushing into the ground, it relies on the resistance of pushing that grill lower into the ground. And when the tower leg's getting pulled up, say if the wind's blowing strong, then it's the earth above that grill is keeping the tower leg in place. So it's a very, very common construction method back in the, let's say in about the 60s. 50s and 60s, there are a lot of grillage towers.
Yes, and a lot of
installed.
your towers would still be around built in that era.
Yes, there was a big build in that era.
Yes. Garnet debris. This is where I'm looking at your figure 4, and the blasting to.
Oh yeah.
Are they literally garnets, as we know garnets as a type of rock?
Yeah, it is garnet rock. that they blast against the tower steel to remove the rust and paint.
And just by the photos, they seem to be quite large diameter pieces. Is that? I'm just trying to. It looks like just where the blue covers on the cars are on the ground. That's not residue of garnet, or is it?
The residue on top of the cover is on the car is the garnet.
Yes.
Yeah.
But on the figure below, the squares, are you trying to show us here underneath that square? Is that just an earthwork area, or is that?
Oh, on figure 5.
Figure 5, yes.
That's showing how you can lay matting around to capture the debris rather than.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, gotcha. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Mr. Campbell said he knows exactly where this photo is, the one with the cars, if that's
Yes, this is up the top of Nauranga Gorge. It's this car yard.
Yes.
Where they store wholesale or imported cars before they go to sale to the. So it's a storage area. So our transmission line goes right over their yard, so that we have to cover all their cars. and it's just a gravel.
This is a gravel area there. All right. This is a question that could be answered by either of you. It's really about the Auckland situation, and having lived in and about Wellington a fair bit of my life, Highbury, Wilton, those sort of areas. Is there another plan coming up that might look towards more Auckland type approach, or is, and again, you know, it's really out of interest, I suppose. You said that the Auckland approach isn't used anywhere else. Are there any other places in New Zealand where that type of more detail might be required?
I mean, I don't know precisely about Wellington, but I do know that that Transpower and Kainga Ora have been talking to see if they can't develop a solution, and have been focusing on the more urban parts of New Zealand.
So it could be an urban issue. Yes.
So I guess where underbuild is more of a problem.
Yes, existing underbuild.
So yes, in other locations where there is underbuild, perhaps a greater focus.
Yes.
Not necessarily the same as Auckland, but perhaps a particular focus required.
Sure. All right. And two more questions. Your 635, I'm intrigued about the electric fence wires getting hung up in your conductors. How does that happen? Is that just blown up by wind,
or birds might like a bit of take it up there and hang it up there nice and shiny, or
yes, incredible. I can understand.
Are you thinking more of like the tape?
Yeah, I can understand kites and balloons being caught up, but yes.
I can probably help with that one weirdly. When stock get caught in electric and fences, and they and the wire snaps, it literally is like a spring, and that thing goes off. Yeah.
Yes. So you're using your rural farming expertise there, Carolyn.
Yes, horses and fences. It's a fun time.
Yeah. All right. And one last question at your 1018, Mr. Wilson. We did go through quite a period of concern in the community around this EMF issue. Is that reducing, or is that still always around and about your projects? And you have to answer it every time.
I can answer that.
Yes.
We've got an EMF specialist at work, Nate Walker, and we work with so we probably do on average 1 to 2 to maybe 2 readings a month for individuals who have concerns with regards to the EMF reading from our structures in there close to their residence. We've now built up enough data for projects around the country that we can model EMF, and then we can present that data, and then we can test it. It's like audible noise model that you can test afterwards.
Yes.
It's not an issue. It was when we did NIGAP and Wairaki Rank,
Yes,
where that was a huge health-related issue. So
Yes.
that edge is gone completely.
Yes.
It's not the topic. It's a new project. It still triggers valuation, property devaluation. Those things are very sensitive and
Yes.
visual landscape.
Yes.
But health effects from EMF is generally not as it was 10 years ago.
Yes, I remember it being in the contact project that talked about needing medical experts to really explain that to people. All right, thank you. That's everything I have. And obviously, we're drawing things out a little bit, but it's very important that we understand this technical evidence. And I'd like to thank you again very much, Mr. Wilson.
No worries.
Thank you. Carolyn, we're on to you now. It's, Commissioner Mann told me he's got a dinner date, not a dinner date, dinner appointment. So we'll see how we go.
Does that mean less questions?
Well, we'll see.
Tēnā koutou, commissioners, any submitters that are left, as well as council staff, and I appreciate this has been a very long day for you. I have prepared a summary of evidence, and I know that you, I'm not sure whether you have it, whether you prefer me to share my screen or whether just follow it through.
Yes, we have it, thank you.
Okay, great.
And just to let you know, strangely, I don't have this because it was filed after I left today. And there's
You've got a copy?
Very grateful.
Just while that's being circulated, Ms. Rare, what I've got in front of you is your summary of evidence. I've also got a copy of Ms. McIndoe's legal submissions opened up at the summary of policies 1 to 10 of the MPS, just for a quick guide. And I also have your track change version on your principal evidence appendix A in front of me. So those are the three key documents I have in front of me.
I agree, that would be perfect.
Okay,
so
let's get going, eh?
Okay, so I'll skip across to paragraph 3, and I guess before I start, this may seem like a very long summary. The reason for that is because at the second part, really, I've just addressed the evidence that's come through Kāinga Ora's evidence, and so it's a little bit of rebuttal in responding to that as well. So going on to paragraph 3, my evidence seeks to basically refine and simplify the way the national grid is managed within the PDP. And as Ms. McIndoe has said before, there are many notified provisions and Section 42A recommendations that I support, particularly with regards to the management of activities undertaken by third parties and their effects on the national grid through the National Grid Subdivision Corridor, the National Grid Yard, and the National Grid Substation Corridor, which in my view are highly effective mechanisms to give effect to the NPS-ET. So as Ms. McIndoe has already alluded to, the key factor missing is a policy for development of the national grid, which gives effect to the NPS-ET. And coming back to the three-pronged approach that she talked about in terms of the NPS-ET, that's the one in my view that's missing. So going on down to paragraph 4, and the location of network utility provisions in the PDP, and I know you have heard from me on this matter before, something I'm kind of passionate about. While the structure of the PDP is determined by the National Planning Standards, Standard 7, which is your district-wide matters, supports the view that the energy, infrastructure and transport section of the plan should contain most of the provisions on those topics. However, there are parts of Standard 7 which take an alternative approach, and those are for hazards and risks, historical and cultural values, natural environment values, and other general district-wide matters, which I do find a little odd. That's things like your signs and your lights and things like that. So I do not consider overall that relocating network utility provisions into the network utilities chapter, and obviously in accordance with the National Planning Standards, will undermine the integrity of the PDP. Rather, the PDP, in my view, will be easier to implement with all the network utilities provisions in one place. And that's not just for the network utility providers, which is obviously going to be key users of the plan, but that's for councils as well. And also, I think for landowners, especially if they've got network utilities going over their property, or they're going to be affected by that, or they need to even provide network utilities in terms of subdivision. Multiple rules, going on down to paragraph 6. There are multiple rules that could apply to network utility structures and works. And I know you have heard from me again on this matter, so I apologise for duplication, but it does keep it all in the same place. And particularly where a single activity associated with a network utility is potentially covered by rules for network utilities, for structures, and for buildings. So you can have one activity, but it's potentially covered by 3 different rules. And as you will have seen in my previous examples, some of those even have different standards and different activity statuses. So in my opinion, the simplest and clearest solution would be to insert wording that where there are specific rules for network utilities, then the rules for buildings and structures do not apply to those network utility activities. Going on down to paragraph 7, this is the overview that's at the start of the NU chapter. So the overview in the NU chapter would benefit from amendments to more accurately reflect the Niceta. It's just to get that language right. Minor change, doesn't have any material difference, but it does more accurately reflect that document. Going on down to objective NU02, that's at paragraph 8. So I do support inclusion of as far as practicable into the objective, as it does align with and give effect to RPS, INF policy 1. And that is the peculiarity, I guess, of the National Grid, is that yes, we do, the National Grid has its own NPCT, but also because of the broad definition of network utilities or infrastructure, depending on which term you use, National Grid's included in that as well. So you could argue that why does Transpower really care about that NU02, particularly when we've got NU04? It is because it's in the RPS, and that's the words that it uses in that policy 1, but also because Transpower is wrapped up in that definition of infrastructure and network utilities. So I accept that while section 5.2c of the RMA does not contain the qualifiers as far as practicable in terms of avoid, remedy, mitigate, I do consider that the inclusion of these words will achieve section 5.2 in the infrastructure, and in particular, obviously, National Grid does enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety. And in addition, the inclusion of as far as practicable would give effect to NPCT policies 3 and 4, which was recognised by Commissioner McMahon earlier, because that recognises that not all adverse effects can be avoided, remedied or mitigated, particularly given the technical and operational requirements of the network. And as described by Mr. Campbell, that's Dougal Campbell, should clarify, the National Grid is somewhat constrained in its ability to completely avoid, remedy or mitigate all adverse effects.
Could we pause there, do you think?
Sure.
Yep. Just before we get on to policies. So the RPS policy 1 and on infrastructure, that you're saying that includes but is not limited to the National Grid.
Correct, yes. The way that that's worded is it says provision will be made for the efficient and effective establishment, operation, maintenance and upgrading of network utilities and other physical infrastructure of regional significance, including where this is of national importance, in bracket, and provision for any adverse effects of their establishment to be avoided, remedied or mitigated as far as is practicable. And then that's elaborated in terms of the explanation further down.
Okay, and that's derivation of the as far as practical that you're seeking to put into NU02 in its direct form, but policies 3 and 4 of the NPS are more of an indirect form of those words, presumably.
Yes.
So policy 3 of the NPS talks about considering the constraints imposed on, so which raises indirectly the question of practicability, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, in my view, because you're right. It says policy 3 MPSCT. It says when considering measures to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse environmental effects of transmission activities, decision makers must consider the constraints imposed on achieving those measures. And by those measures, I take that to mean the measures to avoid, remedy, or mitigate.
Yes. Okay. So we've got some directive language in the regional policy statement.
Yes.
Which you've mirrored, and we've got some less directive but thematic language in policies 3 and 4 that, in your views, support that language also, and those words being added into.
Yes, I think that's a good summary.
Sorry, could I just please ask one question, Commissioners? And it's Mr. Wakefield here. Hi, Mr. Rash.
Are you asking us a question or the witness?
No, just to assist with the council's reply on this particular issue, just some clarification more than anything else.
Mm.
One thing I'd like to understand is whether Transpower's position is that the as far as practicable text should go into the preamble for O2, or whether it needs to be more closely linked to the functional need and operational need limb, because it strikes me as though that is in fact what could qualify the requirement to avoid, remedy, or mitigate. Could Transpower just assist with that?
Sorry, you lost me a little bit. What sort of wording were you thinking?
Well, with limb 1 of O2, the preamble was obviously concluded by the words while recognising the functional need and operational need of network utilities.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand your summary, it's that aspect of network utilities which could cause a tension with the requirement to avoid, remedy, or mitigate.
Correct.
So I just was wondering whether there needs to be a linkage between the functional and operational need limb and the as far as practicable, because it's that which qualifies the ability to avoid, remedy, or mitigate.
I think I'm persuaded by what Ms. McIndoe said and that problem with the while recognising, because I agree with her that the stuff that follows, like the clause 1, the functional need, that doesn't seem to modify at all the need to avoid, remedy, or mitigate, which is very bold.
Okay, thank you.
It's a very
Sorry
good,
for interjecting there.
No,
I'm just trying to find a way to help the reporting officer.
It's a very good question. In fact, it was the next question on my list, Mr. Wakefield, about where's the most appropriate insertion of that term. Is it in the front piece of NUO2, or should it be in limb 1 or 2? So thank you for raising that. Ms. Rack, can you just read INF policy 1 back to us again?
Certainly, no worries. So it says, provision will be made for the efficient and effective establishment, operation, maintenance and upgrading of network utilities and other physical infrastructure of regional significance, bracket, including where this is of national importance, end bracket, and provision for any adverse effects of their establishment to be avoided, remedied or mitigated as far as is practicable.
Yes, so the as far as practical in that sense relates directly to the avoidance, remedy or mitigation of effects, as opposed to functional need or operational need.
Yes, I'd agree.
Thank you. That's useful, thank you. I didn't have any more on the objectives. It seems to me that you're now going to get on to really what is the crux of the submission, and that's the enabling component and the policy NUPX.
Yes. Yep, absolutely. At paragraph 10. So the effects management policies in the PDP, including the overlay provisions elsewhere in the plan, if these also apply, depending on the location, in my view, do not give effect to MPSCT policies 2 through to 8, as indicated by Ms. McIndoe earlier. So I support the inclusion of a new policy that efficiently gives effect to the MPSCT and will prevail over other provisions in the event of conflict, other than in the coastal environment chapter, due to the directive nature of some of the provisions in the NZCPS. So as explained by Mr. Dougal Campbell, the operational and technical requirements in the National Grid require PDP policies that accurately give effect to the NPSET so as to allow a consenting pathway. So the absence of a National Grid policy that manages adverse effects of the National Grid is a significant gap in the PDP in my view. Consequently, I consider that a comprehensive policy for managing those adverse effects of the National Grid is required to clearly give effect to the NPSET. And it's coming back to what Ms. McIndoe said. You could, and I know that this is something that will probably be indicated or illustrated by the wiring diagram that you talked about, Commissioner McMahon. But to my mind, you could scatter policies to resolve that issue. You could scatter policies here, there, and everywhere. You could have carve-outs from particular policies in the NU chapter, for instance. But it seems like a lot of effort when it could just be done comprehensively in one single policy that did everything it needed to. Going on down to NUP4,
sorry, just before you do, I have some questions on the new policy. The first question is, did you prepare the submission to?
Yes, yeah, I did.
I couldn't recall from hearing 5 whether you had, and I don't think you've made that clear in your evidence in chief on this one.
Possibly not.
Yeah, but okay. So there's some, it's a long policy and some interesting language in it. I see some nods to the NPS policies, seeking to avoid, as a term that's used there, that you use that quite a lot. But can you just take us through how the structure of this policy and how it's been derived?
Certainly. So, and you'll remember, well, you may not, you've seen an awful lot of submissions. Basically, there were about 3 different submissions which did submission points, from Transpower, which did this in different ways. And so I looked at that, and the benefit of time and evolution of the PDP through the Section 42s, and thought, actually, doing it 3 different ways is really not very effective. Just one that does it, one ring to rule them all, if you like. So, and it is quite subtle. So the first part is manage the adverse effects of the National Grid. So that is managing, like, not just the development, but it could be any upgrades or other things like that. It's not just new structures, new National Grid. So that first one, I should know this, I'm sorry. Ms. McIndoe, what's that word?
What do you mean? We've got the manage the adverse effects. So this
when you have the first line of a policy.
Chapo.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a new one for me, but it works really well.
Can we have there's not a Latin term, is it then?
I think it's French.
Can you just define that for us, Ms. McIndoe?
Apparently means something like hat. I don't know, planners use it. I'm not a planner.
She introduced me to it, but it's basically the start, like that first line is the start of the things that follow after it. So therefore, these things apply to everything that's not just new National Grid. It's requiring compliance with the recognised standards, so noise, vibration, radio frequency, etc. Then the next one down is avoiding, remedying or mitigating the adverse effects of operation, maintenance and upgrading where practicable, given the constraints. So you can see that direct link back to the NPSET in that particular clause.
I can, Ms. Rapp, I can also see a large amount of duplication of the objective that sits above that, particularly in UO2.
Yeah.
And clause 2 of policy PX.
Yes, I agree.
So I guess the first question there is how essential is that repetition of that provision? I mean, in UO2's worded as an outcome, the adverse effects of network utilities on environment are avoided or mitigated as far as practicable. And then we're repeating that in clause 2 as a policy, as a means of achieving that outcome. I just can't see the economy in that.
And I think that's part of the problem of that, as I said, that national grid being, you know, having its own NPSCT and being something very different, but also being part of the network utilities, so that infrastructure definition.
Yeah.
Honestly, in a perfect world, probably a completely separate section for national grid would be a lot easier, and you'd avoid that crossover. However, still, anytime you saw network utilities, you'd go to that definition and boom, there's national grid again. So to my mind, I can see what the authors were trying to do in NU02, but I feel that that new clause 2 is needed, because that's the how.
Yes. Yes, okay, sorry, I'm trying not to get into a planning for debate. I'm just, my question is premised on the basis that a policy should be how should outline how the means to which the objective can be achieved. So if you look at clause 1, that's a how answer, requiring compliance with recognised standards. Clause 3, going through those, Roman numeral 1, having regard, Roman numeral 2, considering the constraints imposed. Clause 3, considering opportunities, and then 4 and 5, different environments. So they are directly how questions, but I'm not convinced that 2 is it's stating an outcome again, really, isn't it?
I see what you mean about the duplication. I guess it depends whether you're looking at it as an outcome with your outcome lens, or whether you're looking at it in the how.
Okay.
Carrying on down to clause 3. Now, these ones are all, as you've noted, about the new national grid assets. So this is something a little different from the other 2, which apply across the board regardless of the activity. And you'll see a direct correlation here between this policy and the NPSCT. And then going down to clause, so this is under clause 3, Roman numeral 6. That's specific to the coastal environment, reflecting on some of those very directive policies, and probably, well, more so policies in the NZCPS.
Yes, so I just wanted to focus very briefly on the difference between clause 5 and clause 6. Obviously, clause 6 has the benefit of another NPS, so another directive, a national policy statement that's been around for several years. It seems to me that the key difference is clause C of 6, where it talks about where avoidance is not practicable. Whereas in the outside of the coastal environment, in areas of outstanding natural features or landscapes, etc., there's solely the reliance on seeking to avoid.
Yes, yep, that would be true.
And can you point us to anything within the NPS on the New Zealand policy statement for coastal environments that supports that approach that you have under clause Roman numeral 6?
I think Ms. McIndoe can probably chip in here, but I believe that this is an approach that has been derived out of settlement on appeals in other places.
I mean, the difficulty we've got here is competing direction at the national policy statement level, and this is an attempt, I guess, to try and navigate that. It's an acknowledgement that that there isn't a consistent approach, and that sometimes the values should be protected absolutely, and sometimes that's not the case, and that will just have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Ms. McIndoe, could you tell us, are these settled consent orders, or are these cases which
These are
have been considered?
consent orders that have been endorsed by the court, most recently in Wellington Regional Plan, Natural Resources Plan. But there is no Environment Court decision which has been argued as to which national policy statement should prevail. So
I think
there
it's,
have been cases in the context of particular lines already, but it's very difficult to know when you have different policy statements.
Yes.
And they do seem to conflict in some instances.
it's that point we were discussing earlier. Just confirm my understanding that the Environment Court judges will look at consent orders, and when you said they've signed them off,
Yes. They review them.
they review them if
And
there's anything
They test them
that
against
test them.
the Act. In fact, I'm involved in a hearing which is to be scheduled for January or February, where consent documents for Queenstown have been lodged twice by the RSI providers and Forest and Bird and Federated Farmers and others interested in landscape provisions, and twice have been refused by the court, and the court is now to hold a workshop hearing on provisions that have been agreed twice. So yes, the courts do test them.
Is that Judge Borthwick's?
This is Judge Hesson.
Judge Hesson, of course.
So yes, the court does look at the provisions, not just rubber stamp.
But it'd be fair to say that in terms of court direction, if it's been argued and determined by the court, there's a
And it's a stronger authority.
stronger authority.
Yes. The court hasn't benefited from argument when endorsing a consent order.
Mm.
And so, and it doesn't give its reasons.
That's because it's not contested.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
So just thinking about this, parties involved in the New Plymouth plan on this issue, in terms of submitters, further submitters, who DOC involved here as a further submitter?
I'm not sure. Doc
Remember this
was,
one, I just have to double check that.
Yes.
Doc was a party.
That
to
was a
the
party that
original
have lodged a
plan.
statement, I think.
Yes. But this is really, it goes beyond what the officers are recommending at this stage.
Yes, well, this is drafting which has come about as a result of through this RAT's
Okay,
evidence,
so this is new.
but it is based on
Yes.
submission points.
So of course, he's got scope.
Yes.
But this is all right. I think this just highlights to me that, you know, this is a very important policy for Transpower. Staff, you know, I'm particularly pleased that we have legal counsel involved here for the council as well, because, you know, just the whole drafting of this will need to be thought about. Obviously, Jacob and gives you a right reply, and that's why I think when you do close, if there's any further processes that might assist you with the help of other experts or we talked about earlier, just let us know what you think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David. That's good.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we going to, on those consent orders on Wellington, are we going to ask for any information?
So I suppose I was heading with the question about whether this has made its way into other plans as a technique.
Could provide you with some examples.
Some examples. Thank you.
And did you say, Ms. McIndoe, that the consent order for the Wellington Regional Council is an example of that?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's quite recent.
Yes. And that's, I guess, Ms. Frank, that's what I was getting at. I mean, when I was talking about the derivation of the wording, I was wondering if it was a response to examples like that.
Yes, yes, it is.
So, Campbell might be able to expand on this as well. Transpower and DOC and Forest and Bird see each other around the country and have reached this sort of arrangement through this type of acknowledgement of both national policy statements being important and perhaps then no one trumping the other.
Yes.
And the type of truce, if you like.
An accord.
It's not recorded in writing.
An accord.
Yes, it is an accord. So there's not a wish to upset the apple cart.
Great, thank you for that background. And yes, whatever you can provide us. Got a few bits of homework to do, but we want to get it as right as we can.
Because it just strikes me that this is the key provision.
Yes.
And in lieu of your original relief, which the Seeker ring fence chapter of the National Grid, that this is really the key provision to give effect to the MPS, isn't it?
It does the heavy lifting in terms of managing the effects of the grid.
Okay, I'm going to continue with my questioning. I understand the difference between 4 and 5 and the role that the MPS coastal policy statement plays. What I'm less clear about is environments covered by overlays in the proposed district plan that aren't referenced in 5 or 6. There seems to be some potential gaps there.
Sorry, you've lost me. When you said 5 or 6, what were you?
In Roman numerals 5 and 6.
Oh, right. Okay.
You talk in Roman numeral 5 about outstanding natural features and landscapes and significant natural areas identified in the district plan.
Yes.
So is that referring to ONF, Ls and SNAs that are scheduled?
Yes.
And both ONF, Ls and SNAs?
Yes.
Okay. Because later on, one of the matters of discretion that you've commented on, and we discussed this with Jamie earlier, relates to matters that aren't necessarily identified or scheduled in the plan.
And I think this came up in the expert conferencing for significant natural areas yesterday as well, whether what happens to those things that might not be scheduled but might be still important. And I guess that as I said, taking from the expert conferencing, it seems to me that the Section 42A authors have inserted that matter of discretion to kind of capture those other things, I guess, for want of a better word.
Yes, and in fact, I think it was actually Mr. Steiner that we had the conversation with.
I believe that conversation was with Ms. Cannon because it's across.
It's across both, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. Relating to Transpower and Grid.
Yes, I mean the question was whether it was duplicating provisions already. The difference between policies not being duplicated. There was a matter of discretion that on the face it looked like it was being duplicated, but the explanation was that that it was necessary because it was dealing with wasn't getting any benefit from the overlays, and it needed to be a rule in the network utilities to deal with situations where Indigenous vegetation not identified or scheduled in SNA, which would be triggered by another rule was assessed in terms of its significance, in terms of being removed. Yes. Okay. So Roman numeral 5 is dealing with identified natural features and areas. That's right. And is that the same in 6, Roman numeral 6 also?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What about other natural features like water bodies, historic heritage, sites in areas of significance to Maori, those sort of matters that have protected in some way through the overlays or through scheduling? What's the intention there in relation to Roman numerals 4 and 5? Because I'm picking a silence on that in those provisions.
It's an interesting question because the NPCT clearly doesn't go there. However, you've got, obviously the RPS, and that will be dealt with in those, and it has been already in terms of the eco chapters and the NFL chapters, what happens when you've got network utilities that need to or are proposed to go into those areas. So to my mind, that's being covered in those chapters. And when we saw, as we saw play out in the eco and NFL chapters.
And are you comfortable with that?
That's getting into national planning standards, which I have some fundamental issues with.
Okay, sorry,
However,
that was a poor question. You're not seeking any change from that scenario where those individual chapters deal with those matters in relation to utilities?
I would love to, but the national planning standards basically says that I can't.
So we're getting to the nub of my question now. So is the effect of policy NUPX solely to in relation to the development of the national grid in relation to those areas that are listed in 5 and 6, and the other overlays deal with natural utilities and the national grid in the way that they do currently? You're not seeking any policy relief for those other overlays other than the natural features and landscapes, or the what was the other one? The significant natural areas.
I am, but I don't think we've had those hearings yet for some of those other section 6, overlay type matters.
Oh, okay. Right.
I could assist, but at least my understanding of policy is that it only overrides in the event of conflict.
Yes.
Yes.
If it doesn't address a matter, then it can't conflict with it.
And is that conflict at the policy level or the provisions level? Because both terms are used at the on the end of Ms. Ratt's, in the event of conflict, policy NUPX prevails over other provisions. Is that other policy provisions, or is that other rules? Or
when I drafted this, my intention was policy.
okay.
Because I don't think you could ever have a situation where a policy was held up against a rule, for instance. It just, it wouldn't work.
Well, that makes its understanding easier for me. Thank you.
Supplementary,
yes,
please, Commissioner McMahon. Well, you've been on a roll.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
So, Ms. Ratt, this last part of the policy, in the event of conflict, policy NUPX prevails over other provisions in the plan other than in the coastal environment chapter. That's a very strong directive statement, yes?
It is, but I think that, and it actually plays out in terms of, I think later in my evidence is a NUP4. The other option to not having that is to have carve-outs for the national grid all over the place and inserting additional policies. So that is the reason for this.
Yes, so you're happy with this, provided that's from the New Plymouth District Plan perspective of the way it works. That's pretty crucial for your, let's call it your planning, or your thesis about how the plan can accommodate the NPS ET.
Yes.
Yes. Just following on from Commissioner McMahon's questions about other scheduled sites and areas in the plan, which are associated with part or section 6 matters. Doesn't the or do you think the interplay between your 3 Roman numerals 4, avoiding, remedying or mitigating adverse effects where practicable? So if you do have other parts of the plan that, for example, are looking to protect SASMs, the effects on those, wouldn't that last sentence trump those provisions?
No, I don't believe so, because I think you'd need to, and it comes to a very granular level of detail what the actual wording of those policies are. And as Ms. McIndoe said, I don't think you would find, if you boiled it down, that there was a conflict that you could find a way through. And therefore, if there is no conflict, then that doesn't engage that last piece of the policy.
I'm perhaps still not convinced that such a long policy,
it is.
the way you've drafted it, and that 3 Roman numerals 4 doesn't get us into difficulties around other parts of the plan when that's read in association with the last sentence. I'd need some further advice on that, I think, from staff, and it sounds like this might be really useful to have some further dialogue on this between you, Mr. Stenner, and Ms. Ratt, and perhaps the legal advisors too. I'm sure where you're at, David.
Yeah, I'm always reluctant to suggest additional homework, but in this case, I mean, I think a practical example might assist, or an example which sits within the coastal environment and one that sits outside the coastal environment involving development. We're talking about the development of new aspects of the national grid, aren't we here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, you know, it's sort of like a road test of these provisions for a hypothetical extension to the grid. What policies would it trigger, and then what rules would it trigger under the utilities rule and the overlays rules? That might even be more useful than the wiring diagram, to be honest. To understand the implications of it. I mean, maybe it's just a function of the lateness of the day, but I'm struggling to get my head around it a little bit.
It's complex, sure.
Thank you. I think there's been a really good discussion. We appreciate the sort of the dialogue and the discussion around the table. Thank you. Anything else?
No, not on that new policy, no.
Yes. So let's carry on to the next one, Carolyn.
Sure. So I will skip down to paragraph 14, which talks about NUP4. And as I've highlighted before, and the new NUPX is a great example of why, the clauses in why it's needed, because the clauses in NUP4, apart from NUP42, are problematic for development of the national grid. So going down to paragraph 15, will I support Ms. Cannon's recommendation to narrow NUP4 clause 3 regarding undergrounding to particular network utilities? And this is not really a Transpower issue, but just from a practitioner perspective, I suggest identifying the network utilities in that policy rather than introducing a new undefined term. Going on down to paragraph 16 and NUP6, Mr. Stenner's recommended amendments to NUP67 do not give effect to MPSET policy 10, and Ms. McIndoe has talked about this, but just the subtlety in the different language, policy 10 versus what Mr. Stenner has proposed. Going on down to paragraph 17 in the matters of discretion, and we've already kind of alluded to this anyway, the additional matter of discretion on all restricted discretionary activities. And I found it interesting, your explanation that the idea here wasn't to capture things that have got overlays, but to capture things that didn't have sufficient value to be captured in an overlay. And going on down to paragraph 19, in regards to NUR22, Mr. Stenner has included 2 additional matters of discretion which were not requested by Transpower, being 5 and 12. And I consider that matter of discretion 5 is already addressed by matter of discretion 9 in terms of the location of the network utility, but also the sensitive land use aspect is already captured by matters of discretion 13 and 14. And in addition, there is significant duplication between matters of discretion 12 and 11. So on balance, having considered all that, I don't consider that the 2 additional matters of discretion to be necessary, because they're already captured by other matters of discretion and in my view, create duplication.
That's the example I was referring to earlier, I think. Oh, no, this is on, no, that was on the different one. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
And paragraph 20, which is NUR32 and NUR33. So I agree with most of the amendments recommended by Mr. Stenner, with the exception of the issue of existing vehicle access to National Grid support structures. So Mr. Stenner has omitted the words existing in his inclusion of a requirement that buildings or structures do not impede vehicular access to a National Grid support structure. But as outlined by Mr. Wilson's evidence, existing vehicular access generally provides sufficient access to Transpower structures, and there is a risk that any new or alternative access will not. So therefore, I support the inclusion of existing in terms of the vehicular access to a National Grid support structure. Basically, if it's already there, we know that generally it's providing sufficient access to the structures. NUR34, and that's paragraph 21. So I agree with Mr. Stenner's recommended amendments to that particular provision. There is a reference to vertical holes, which doesn't quite make sense in the context of maintaining the clearance distance from the ground conductors. A very minor change there. And down to paragraph 22, so that's NUR36 and NUR37. I agree with Mr. Stenner's recommended amendments to those provisions, but the reference to NZECP is incorrect. So again, very minor.
Matters of fact, aren't they?
Indeed, yeah. And they're not substantially going to change anything, but it's good to get it accurate. Now, there was quite a few definition submissions here which weren't addressed in the section 42A. I've just summarised what those changes were or sought. So going on down to paragraph 24 is where I've addressed Kāinga Ora's evidence. And given your other commitments, I'm not sure how much detail you'd like. Would you like me to go through this or just summarise it, or what would be useful?
I think we've covered these issues, but with other witnesses.
With other witnesses and also with Ms. McIndoe too.
Ms. McIndoe, probably is there anything else that's arisen through our questioning? But we certainly understand the contest and again, this is in my view, just a different priorities with 2 different national policies. Is there anything you'd like to really highlight to us?
The only thing I'd like to add, given all the other questions and the summaries from Transpower's witnesses and Ms. McIndoe, the only thing I'd like to add is that perceived clash, if you like, between MPSUD and the MPSET. And I covered that at paragraph. Where is it? 35, yes, you're
35,
right.
yes.
Because policy 4 in section 3.31 of the MPSUD recognises that it may be necessary to modify the building height or densities in order to provide for a qualifying matter. And these provisions are only relevant for tier 1 urban environments, which New Plymouth District Council is not. But in any event, section 3.32 of the MPSUD lists as a qualifying matter B, a matter required in order to give effect to any other national policy statement, and C, any matter required for the purpose of ensuring the safe or efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure. And at paragraph 36, clearly, in my view, the MPSET and the National Grid are qualifying matters in terms of those clauses. So yeah, I guess because of the express recognition of matters which may limit the height or density in the NPSUD, I do not consider that the inclusion of a uniform width subdivision corridor results in the PDP not giving effect to the NPSUD. And I think that's possibly the only matter that hasn't been covered by other witnesses.
Certainly been on my mind, as you've probably gleaned. So that paragraphs 35 and 36 is helpful evidence for us. Right, Commissioner McMahon's got 5 minutes to get through this.
No, that's fine.
Was there any other questions you had?
No, not really. I just wanted to, some of my questions have been a bit garbled and I apologise for that, but I just wonder in terms of those 2 pieces of additional work, whether you need any further clarity from the panel on what we would like to see.
I think it's reasonably clear. I guess I just need to look at timeframes and when that's achievable to, because we don't want to do it in a hurry and then have errors. I want to think it through.
Yes.
And also the other question is whether, in terms of running through an example, whether you would find it useful for Ms. McIndoe and myself to work with council officers to kind of workshop it?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That make an example in that situation might assist those sort of discussions.
Mm.
Yes. Whether we need to see it as a moot point. The example.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I think it would be useful to see an example, or 2, depending on, because we Trends Power is dealing with real life examples all the time. Yes, so that would be helpful. This is certainly an area where the expertise of the planners and the legal team, the wider team will be quite helpful to us. It's not really expert conferencing, it's developing and workshopping the wording and the linkages between the way the plan operates, because it seems to me, I agree with David, that the way your UMP UX PX works seems to be the key to Transpower being comfortable that the plan is dealing or giving effect to the MPSET. Look, certainly happy for you to reflect on timeframes and maybe even liaise with Mr. Stenner and beforehand. It's before Christmas, we don't want to kill anyone. We'd like to do it well, and we do respect, people's existing workloads and timeframes. So certainly, as we did with the hearing 5 that you've just conferenced on, Carolyn, yesterday, was it?
Yes.
If there's some extra time needed in the report back process just to accommodate this, we'll certainly just if we get a proposal, we'll look at that and just
thank you. I appreciate that.
Whatever's reasonable.
I might do first is make a list of all of the various points.
Yes.
Because when I offered 1 week, the list was shorter. So now I'm like,
I don't know about 1 week.
And once we've got a complete list, compare notes with the council to see if there's anything we've missed that they had a note of. And we can liaise through the administrator with the suggested time frame.
Yes. Well, I wonder whether by the top end of the hearing tomorrow, whether you will have time to certainly liaise with Mr. Stenner, and perhaps there'll be a proposition given to us through that opportunity.
Yeah, sounds fine.
And I think that would be a useful opportunity for us to set out our combined understanding of what you're actually wanting as well.
Yes. Right, Commissioner McMahon's writing the decision on this one, so we'll be interested in sure that.
It better be written well.
I think we're the end of today. Ms McIndoe and the whole team from Transpower do really appreciate the efforts to come here. The introduction was a real highlight for us.
Try and impose on you to end the day with the
Yes,
karakia.
we always look to end the day on the karakia. Mr. Steiner actually opened with the karakia today because he volunteered, but I'd love you to finish. I think that would be very appropriate. Thank you.
Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a te iwi. E te aroha o te atua me te whiwhinga takitanga o te wairuatanga ake. Āmeni, kia ora mai tātou. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Well, we'll adjourn the hearing until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll have some sleep in between. Thank you.
Thank you.